Fish and Wildlife Resources Commission meeting for December 6, 2024. And welcome everybody for attending today. I guess the cold's bringing everybody out. Today we have two special guests here that are going to help us out with the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Both of them are associated with the Fisheries Division. One of them is associated with the Fisheries Division, Megan Obermeyer, and she's working on the relaunch of the Trophy Fish and Master Angler Award Program. And she's going to help us with our invocation. And the other one we have is Waylon Ridgway. Hey, Waylon. Waylon's is a youth angler who loves to fish, and he has aspirations of working for the department someday. And earlier this year, he caught a 25-inch largemouth bass right here at headquarters property in the lower lake. I was talking with him about it earlier. He was using a wax worm trying to catch some bluegills, and the big old bass came up there. And his daddy told me that he outfishes him left and right. He says if his dad's fishing over here, he's not catching nothing. Waylon's over here catching, so he flips spots, and then Waylon catches him over here, and he doesn't. So I think it's great that they're getting him out there, and congratulations on your award. With that being said, we'll have Megan lead us in our invocation this morning. You guys could please take off your hats.
Pray with me. Father, thank you for today. Thank you for allowing us to safely arrive here to discuss the business at hand. You created all the creatures on this earth, and you have put us here on earth to take care of those creatures. And I thank you for the opportunity that our agency has to do this. As we move forward into proceedings, I ask for patience, for understanding, for wisdom. Let people be articulate in what needs to be said, and for people to have open ears to what needs to be heard. I pray a special prayer. In your name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Before we have Waylon lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, I did want to show off this picture that he drew of the logo for Fish and Wildlife. Nice. So, Waylon, what, you're 9 years old? Is that 8 years old? So he's 8 years old. Aspirations to be a fisherman and work for the department. I think that's excellent. If you could, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Commissioner Farrell, if you could lead us in a roll call, please.
Sure. Commissioner Floyd. Here. Commissioner Reimer. Here. Commissioner Rhodes.
Here.
Commissioner Cecil. Here. She's here. I'm here. Commissioner Meade. Here. Commissioner Robertson. Here. I'll count for.
All right. Thank you much. On my remarks today, I just, this is my fourth year being on the commission. I have had the opportunity to meet lots of great people, a lot of the staff, and just see a lot of the good things that we're doing across the state. I think that it's great. And it's awesome to see the people that have come prior to us to help, make these things, get things put in place, different regulations and laws. And I like the fact that we have the commission to oversee everything and make sure that we're doing what we need to do and just kind of, keeping things running. So I think that it's a good thing that we're doing. And when we look at our wildlife and we think about the different resources that we have available to us, and a lot of us just had the finishing up of the rifle season. There's still people out there archery hunting, the duck hunting that just opened up, had a lot of success from different people across the state with that. We just got a lot of, we're blessed with a lot of resources that we can do these things with. One of the things that is always troublesome and we're on the lookout for is the different things of invasive species. And there's lots of different opportunities for invasive species to happen. I mean, we got armadillos now in the state, and starlings, and just all kinds of different species that ruin stuff. The invasive, the carp, Asian carp, and the different silver carp, and just lots of different things. So just want to, with that note, we're trying to do everything we can to stop those species and prevent that from happening and causing issues throughout the state. And that's all the remarks that I have for this morning. And I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Rich Storm for his remarks. Commissioner Storm?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be a little longer winded this morning than usual, but I have several, I'll say, unusual things to talk about. I would like to thank our license holders, all of our partners, volunteers, staff. You all shine. You make us who we are. It's truly a privilege to serve with you. And I am going to, since we've got Waylon here, I'm going to make a guilty confession. I was thinking about this last night. You have officially caught bigger fish than I have, and I'm Commissioner of Fish and Wildlife. So if you'd be so kind as to maybe take me fishing sometime, I would appreciate that. I want to talk a little bit more about our trophy fish program. And Megan, could you kind of showcase our shadow box there? The trophy fish program recognizes anglers that have caught big fish, and it's kind of simple. Greg Cecil and I've talked about this. How can we implement programs that get kids and even adults alike enthusiastic about the resources in the Commonwealth? And so when you have accomplishments and achievements and patches, it's really cool. So we'd like to do more of this going forward. But in fact, these programs have existed for some time. Going back to 1987, we've had more than 14,000 entries. And so we have a master angler program for people that have caught 3 or more species of fish that qualify. And so, Waylon, you're well on your way, buddy. And if you want to learn more about this, visit our website, fw.ky.gov, and you can submit entries there. You can search trophy fish. And Megan, thank you for the invocation, your words, and Waylon, thank you for coming out. And I trust people wear camouflage, so you keep up the good work. All right. Also like to give a shout out. We've got the Kentucky Department of Agriculture, a couple of their representatives. We've got Heather Becker, Mark Bowling here, good partners of ours. Thank you for coming out and supporting us. And if you in the gallery, even on the commission, if y'all would like to step out and chat with them during breaks, they're here just to support the people of the Commonwealth. So it's truly a privilege to have them here. One of the toughest things that I've dealt with in my tenure is getting a call that we never expect. And we got that call the first day of November. And one of our game wardens in training, he lost his life. Our staff shined. They did what they needed to do. There's a lot of people that I want to thank here. Commissioner Cecil, he beat us to the hospital, believe that or not. He provided great leadership. He gave great counsel. He had lots of local resources through his work in the school. He got a chaplain on site, first phone call. Thank you for that, more than words can say. And having gone through this, words don't fix things. So sometimes silence is just where we are. So being present is all you can do. I learned about a special organization called Supporting Heroes. And so there's a group that helps first responders in Kentucky, Indiana, and Missouri. And as soon as something like this happens, they show up. We weren't aware of that. We'd never partnered with them before. Eric Johnson's their leader. They provided funeral arrangements, transportation, guidance, ceremonial help, a shoulder, advice. PR, presentations, communications, and all out of kindness and just for the love of people that are first responders. We're going to do more here to support supporting heroes because they stepped up for us. The great leadership that was provided by Colonel McQuarrie, the Honor Guard, and our officers, there was not a step taken during the ceremony that was off. They practiced, they rehearsed, and they honored Warden Bailey. I'm really thankful I got to see that. I'd like to thank the Kentucky State Police. They did the same thing that Supporting Heroes did. They showed up, they practiced, they rehearsed, they had done this before. Emmanuel Baptist Church from Richmond, they showed up. That was Warden Bailey's church. Fantastic people. Fantastic service. Alabama Game and Fish. Local Alabama police and first responders. The family of Warden Bailey, I didn't know what to expect there. They were beautiful. Absolutely beautiful people. They stepped in, they hugged us. Warden Bailey's mother her first question is, how's the training staff doing? That's remarkable. Mr. Bailey, William Bailey, he gave a speech at his son's funeral with no notes that was absolutely beautiful. And I don't know how he had the strength to speak. So here's what I ask from you all. Prayers for our staff, prayers for family and friends of Tex Bailey, prayers for our law enforcement division. We have a lot of fragile staff right now that have gone through something that we couldn't have expected. And if I could ask, I'll ask Nathan if you'd play that video for us.
Our lives were forever changed when Game Warden Bailey made the ultimate sacrifice, tragically losing his life in the line of duty. He was taken from us suddenly and taken from us far too soon. On behalf of the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, I want to extend heartfelt gratitude to the family, the friends, the loved ones, the former teammates, and members of the law enforcement community who have come together today. The number of people gathered in this stadium is a power testament to Kentucky Game Warden William Tex Bailey. Tex's love for the outdoors, hunting, and fishing was instilled in him from a childhood. Becoming a game warden was his lifelong dream. His strong outdoor heritage, athleticism, and character made him the ideal Kentucky game warden. For Warden Bailey, the role was not about what it could do for him, but what he could do for others in that role. Kentucky Game Warden William Tex Bailey's work on Earth is now complete. He fought the good fight, he finished the race, and he kept the faith. Though he is no longer with us, his legacy will live on in the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources. His family is now our family, and you will never be forgotten. We are forever grateful for the time we shared with Warden Bailey, and will honor his commitment, his sacrifice, and the example that he set. Kentucky Game Warden, Unit 7903, has been officially retired and will forever be assigned to Warden Bailey.
So I'd like to thank our I&E staff for producing that quality video to honor Tex Bailey. As we went through that service, I can tell you this, I teared up for a lot of reasons, and one of those reasons was to watch our colonel walk up and say those words. I've been through a lot with him just lately. He's gone above and beyond in his tenure with this agency, and we don't have the time to share all the stories, but we're going to share 2 stories that you and here you don't know about. And if I could ask Miss Gilbert if you would come to the table.
Not really talked about this publicly, and I didn't think it would be difficult, but it's proving to be a little challenging today. So I apologize. I don't typically read from a piece of paper, but I'm going to do that for this story. I had the honor of attending events during the National Police Week in Washington, D.C. with Commissioner Rich Storm and Colonel Jeremy McQuarrie in May. We remembered and honored 4 former officers who in the history of our department had died in the line of duty but never had their names added to the memorial wall. So it was a great opportunity to do that and to remember them. We got to meet with the daughter, surviving member of one of those men, and the commissioner and the colonel were just great ambassadors with her, and it was just a really special event. We also took the opportunity while in our nation's capital to meet with congressional members from Kentucky. And we felt this was really important to advocate for issues that are relevant to our department since we are not typically within the nation's capital to do that. Before leaving for this trip, I jokingly assured my husband that it was the safest time to be in the city because there were going to be more police officers in the Capitol than there normally were. I arrived before the commissioner and the colonel. They drove and I flew, and I had lived there previously and felt like I knew my way around and I could go check us in and do certain things that needed to be done to register for the event. And as I got off the steps of the metro and walked up to the hotel where the convention was held, I even took a picture and sent it to my family group chat of so many patrol cars and motorcycles and police officers for as far as you could see. And because I had lived and worked there, I was pretty familiar with the layout, and therefore I kind of mapped out the route that we would take. We walked so many miles in 3 short days. But on the afternoon of May 15th, after the memorial service on the lawn of the U.S. Capitol, we attended several congressional meetings and then had to very quickly make our way back to the hotel to pick up the colonel's vehicle for he and the commissioner. I admittedly walk really fast, too fast, according to my husband, and I was probably half a block ahead of the men. As I approached a busy intersection and I looked around, I noticed a man well over 6 feet tall and double my size that was making his way across the street, coming straight towards me. It was rush hour. There were dozens of people around, but my instincts told me that this gentleman was targeting me. He walked closer. He began yelling unintelligible words, raising his arms over his head to attack me. I immediately thought to turn in the hope that the backpack I carried would soften the hit. And as I went to the ground and I raised my arms to protect my head, I could still see Colonel McQuarrie suddenly beside me. I had no idea where he had come from. He must have run 20 yards in a second to intervene. He used his voice, his defensive stance, and his training to shield me. The attacker ended up on the ground away from me. I'm still not sure how that happened. And as the commissioner approached to help me up, the colonel continued to observe our surroundings and remain aware of the danger this man posed until we were out of his vicinity. I did not know until later that the colonel had noticed the attacker begin to approach me and observed what he believed to be a knife in the man's hand. It took me a while to process this event, and I'll be honest, it wasn't until I was alone on the plane that night and then finally home in the safety of my home, that I was able to truly think through what happened. And I, without a doubt, know that attacker would have caused me severe bodily harm or potentially mortally wounded me with his weapon had the colonel not intervened. The colonel was not armed with his service weapon, as those are prohibited in congressional office buildings. Nathan, would you show that picture? There's a picture of the three of us outside of one of the senator's offices. This is literally 20 minutes before it happened. We're all dressed up. He was not allowed to carry his service weapon, as I just noted. He had nothing on his person to defend me, yet he placed himself in harm's way to protect me that day. Colonel McQuarrie was not working as a game warden in D.C. or in any capacity as a law enforcement officer, but his actions stand as a powerful testament to the values we hold in the highest regard for our leaders and our public servants. He didn't simply react to a dangerous situation. He acted decisively to prevent a potential tragedy in my life. I am honored to nominate Colonel McQuarrie for recognition for his actions in May, the continued actions we have seen, as he exemplifies extraordinary courage, selflessness, and unwavering dedication.
And we're not done there. So, over the past year, I've had the privilege to travel with Jeremy several times. Each time I've had the luxury to spend moments with him. I see a standout man of character and integrity, and an instinct that has to be God-given. The story that Miss Gilbert shared shows strength, agility, and preparedness, but there's no time to think in these situations. And the anticipation that he had that day, I was 2 steps behind him, and in an instant he was 5 steps in front of me, and I had a front seat view. That man was going to take her head off. There's no question about it, and Jeremy stopped that from happening. So November the 7th, I jump in a vehicle with Jeremy to go to Warden Bailey's funeral, and then Jeremy did it again. Having just turned southbound, we drove less than a quarter mile, and he said to me, "Commissioner, look out, this is bad." He put his vehicle in park, and he runs to the scene. If you would pull up a picture for me, please. This truck's beginning to burn, and that's a crew cab truck, and if you look at it, it looks like a regular cab truck. It's smashed like a pop can. The colonel runs to the fire, takes a crowbar from somebody, and starts trying to pry that door. And this man ignites, and the colonel would put him out. And then he would ignite again, and another fire extinguisher would show up. Quickly he runs back to the vehicle. This door's jammed and it's not going to open. The victim continues to be set on fire and put out, and the colonel continues to work, and this man's trapped not only by the door, but the steering wheel's wrapped around his abdomen. The colonel all the while is yelling, telling everybody to get back because he's fearful that they're going to be injured in the fiery flames. The truck is going to explode, and we know it. People are running all over the place in panic, and a few other heroes are there. A man in a garbage truck backs up with a chain, pulls the door off the vehicle, and in that of God's providence, there are tools, crowbars, fire extinguishers, a chain, and a man that the Lord created to be there at that time. The door's pulled off, and he takes a full-grown man out of the flames, carries him to safety, and in the background the truck explodes. Had we been minutes later, that man didn't have a chance. I've revisited this over and over, and I see a man that was on the way to a funeral that prevented a funeral. And I know our officers across the state are heroes, and I could probably bring one officer here every meeting and tell you a story of what they've done to serve and protect. I don't know why these things happen. I can't even explain this, and it's kept me up plenty of nights thinking about it. But Colonel McQuarrie, along with his fellow officers, are not afraid to jump in a fire when others are. I'm honored to serve with Colonel McQuarrie, our game wardens, serve a public with heroes like Colonel McQuarrie. And today I say, may God bless Jeremy and all those that serve and protect. I've asked the commission here to sign a citation, a life-saving citation, a life that have saved perhaps two, both in my presence and just a few short months. And secondly, I'd like to ask everybody in this room to give Jeremy a round of applause. You're not going to stay back there in the back. Truly an honor, my friend.
Thank you, sir.
If you don't mind, would you walk up here and take a picture with this group?
Thank you, sir. Awesome.
We'll get you in here. We can do our best here.
Where you want to go?
Sure. Try to make us a half moon here. Thank you again.
Mine are buzzing.
You know, some folks in the right place, wrong time, some people in the place at the right time,
Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and we'll have several other updates, mission related, and again, honor to work here.
And Rich, really appreciate you sharing those remarks with us, and really appreciate everybody's effort. Jenny, I'm glad that you're safe, and Colonel McQuarrie, thank you for your efforts. Okay, with that being said, we're going to move on with the meeting. We have an informational items to review. We have Melissa Trent with the quarterly financial reports. Melissa, how you doing this morning?
How are you?
Good.
Sorry, I woke up with a cold, so my voice is a little off this morning. Nathan, can you put, yes, there you go. Yes. So this will be the first quarter, the report that you all received. And from what I can gather, just looking at historical, we're pretty in line of normal expenditures. The only thing that I did want to point out, we have, if you'll look at this page here, it'll be, yeah. So this is actually for the month of September, and it also shows, so it doesn't show the whole quarter, but it shows September. And what I wanted to point out for this, we have a note on there, and that is the Wildlife Division. We had an Ataya property that, so it looks like that their expenditures are a little bit down than normal, but what that is we had an expenditure for the Ataya property that hit, and then we paid it out of the operating, but then the capital funding got set up, so those expenditures were moved to the capital funding. So that's why you won't see that here on the operating. And then our miscellaneous receipts are up you can see that 222,000, and you can look over and see where it's normally about 50,000. We actually had a payout for insurance. We had storm damage at Clay WMA. It was a tobacco barn and the resident's house. So we have those expenditures or those revenues that are in there. That check from the insurance company is there. That's why that's a lot higher than normal. So other than that, do you all have any questions?
Gentlemen, you have any questions?
Do not.
No questions? Thank you, Melissa. All right, next we're going to have Kevin Kelly. We're going to do a recognition of the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Foundation support for their donation of more than $100,000 for 2024 conservation camp scholarships.
We have a full agenda. Thank you very much for your time today. I have Rachel Young, who's our the executive director of the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Foundation. But each year, as you all know, thousands of kids, Kentucky school children, attend our conservation camps. And were it not for the foundation's support, the support of their partners, several of those campers would not have the opportunity to attend. So that's the great. I have some notes here, but I'd like to thank Rachel for being here, and their donation of over $100,000 is a record-breaking total, and it wound up helping send 433 kids to camp this past summer. So 433 out of the almost 3,700 total. So we are extremely appreciative. The foundation has helped us not only with camp scholarships, but also with our new exhibit at Salado and the 75th anniversary of Camp Curry. So Rachel, thank you very much, and I'd like to give you a round of applause. Am I sufficiently embarrassed?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm probably going to get red in a second.
Thank
Thank
you very
you all
much.
so much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Thanks, Rachel. All right, next, under informational items, we're going to have Ben Robinson, the Director of Wildlife, give us an update on CWD. Ben?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
So before I start, I want to extend a sincere thank you to so many of our staff who really went above and beyond over the deer season, made a lot of sacrifices, were away from home on the weekends, missed time in the woods themselves. Also to our deer hunters who have made sacrifices as well in our CWD zones. That does not go unnoticed or unrecognized, and they've been a tremendous help and a lot of support to us. Our meat processors, our taxidermists as well. So it's really a group effort, what's been accomplished. And we're just going to give you a little sneak peek into how our deer season is progressing, along with some updates on chronic wasting disease monitoring. So as far as our deer season, archery through modern firearms, you'll see there over 131,000 deer harvested. That's above our 2023 harvest and above our 5-year average. So we're off to a really good start. Hopefully we'll close strong. Maybe one area for improvement, if you look at the pie chart there in the lower right, and you see our ratios there, 55% bucks, 40% does, 5% button bucks. I would sure love to see that doe and buck number flip-flopped. We really need to figure out how we're going to get more does harvested off the landscape to keep our herd balanced. But otherwise, a good season so far. Just looking at modern gun, really good modern gun season. Over 104,000 deer harvested. You can see the 2023 number and the 5-year average, and we're above both. So it was a good season. That surprised me a bit, honestly, given the weather we had. Opening weekend Sunday wasn't great, and that's really where we make up a lot of our harvest was opening weekend. And we had a lot of warm weather, but sometimes that can play to our advantage because it gets people in the field. When it gets really cold, they stay home. So it seemed like it's worked well this year. Boiling it down a little more, if you look at our Western Kentucky CWD surveillance zone, and keep in mind This year, we added 3 counties to that, I'm sorry. The original zone was 5, now it's 8. So this is looking at the whole picture there. This is looking at all the counties. You see the total harvest for the season, over 7,400 deer, and you can see your 2023 and 5-year average, so we're tracking pretty nicely there. And then if you just look at Modern Gun, also tracking good. So folks are hunting and taking a lot of deer out there, so that's great. Same thing for Breckenridge, Hardin, and Meade counties. You'll see for the season long, really tracking nicely on 5-year. Modern Gun, we did see a decrease. That was to be expected this year with the first year of, with the new restrictions in place. As far as CWD sampling efforts go, a lot going on here with this chart. No need to look at every detail, but these are our counties that are in surveillance zones right now. One thing to note, no detections to date. That first column, you'll see all zeros. That's what we want to see. But this is only about 1/3 of the samples in. And then you've got the column there that says pending, sent to lab. We've still got over 2,600 samples out right now that are at the lab waiting results. So we should get those back here within the next few weeks. And we're just very hopeful that we'll continue to have zeros in that detected column right there. Determining prevalence. Prevalence is essentially the number of sick or diseased animals on the landscape. And this is just one snapshot of kind of how we are looking at that, using the Ballard County area as an example. In Ballard County, we've got a 5-mile radius that we're placing around that detection, and then we have a certain number of animals that we need to harvest, a certain number of samples that we need to get out of that area in order to determine that statistically valid prevalence. We're also looking at more of a linear approach with a corridor there along the creek. But the thing to note here is that column that says remaining, we still have a need for a lot more samples if we really want to determine our statistically valid prevalence. And it's important to get that prevalence because that's how management decisions are made. It's hard to determine how you're going to approach management of CWD without the prevalence. So we're working on that, and that's something we'll have to have further conversations on about how we're going to get more samples from those areas. And then last, just a quick look at our voluntary sample collections in Breckenridge, Hardin, and Meade. Very successful. Folks stepped up, our staff really stepped up. We laid hands on almost 1,000 deer out of that area, either by working at processors, working with taxidermists, or we have our freezer drop-offs that were very successful there this year. People are really starting to use those. So we had a good... With that, Mr. Chair, I will hand it back over to you.
All right, thanks, Ben. So that takes us to our action items portion. Did anybody have some questions for Ben? Yeah.
If you don't mind just asking a question.
Sure.
Ben, I'm not trying to put you on the spot here, but as it relates to this, I know it's multivariate and we need to look at different things in order to be able to determine when and if we might make different decisions. But is there any idea on the total sample size needed and the duration of testing before we can create whatever that statistical analysis is that provides a relative risk, so we might be able to make different decisions? Because we are hearing from hunters that feel like restrictions being placed on them, but the facilities that created this issue are in some cases operating with impunity and not necessarily having to abide by any restrictions.
Sure. Yeah, it's a great question, and one of our number one goals for both of our current surveillance zones or any additional ones in the future would be hopefully to be able to walk things back over time. And this Breckenridge County one, it's unique because it's dealing with the captive deer. That's both good and bad. It's good because it's behind a fence, and hopefully we can get in there and sample pretty hard and start walking things back in the future if we don't detect anything outside of the fence. As far as actual numbers go, yes, Dr. Casey has those numbers and can really get into the details on determining prevalence around that facility and within counties and whatnot. I didn't include those today. I really wanted to keep this just more high level of an update, but we'd be happy to talk with you about those because we do have those numbers.
Okay. I mean, I understand there's an incubation period, there's time to onset of being, symptomatic and so forth. So there's a lot that goes into this. You can't just look at a static time, a timestamp and make a determination. There has to be a length, but I didn't know if there had been any discussion on what the time length or the duration of this testing may be in order to make that determination.
Short answer, no. So what we'll do here, as soon as, we're not gonna make any decisions on anything until we get all of our samples back for the year, obviously, see where we stand. And then we will have a pretty serious debrief here within the coming weeks on how we're gonna approach all of our surveillance zones. Hopefully, we're not looking at new ones. And that'll be a big point of discussion during that meeting, and then moving forward is really developing that management plan and what that looks like and how we might talk about walking restrictions back.
Yeah.
But right now, I can't really give you a hard number on how long we may be looking at this. I'd like to look at some numbers and obviously run some statistics on it just to make sure we're doing the right thing.
And that's what I was gonna offer. I have relationships with universities across the state, and I don't know if the department has statisticians available to them, but if we need that, I can certainly reach out to those resources and
Thank you.
see if we can bring them in to assist, so that they can try to provide us a relative risk.
Sure.
Any other questions for Ben? Okay. So as we move into the action items, the first thing is approval of the minutes from the October 22nd, 2024 special call meeting, which is attachment A1, gentlemen.
Motion passed.
Comment.
Go ahead.
On the action item for the approval of the surveillance zone, there was a note that the motion carried unanimously, and it carried by majority. We had one abstention and one no vote. So that's the only correction to note.
On page 3?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So we need to get that corrected. All right.
Just, the motion carried by majority. It wasn't unanimous on page 3 for that action item. So, motion to pass
With that
with
amendment.
that amendment.
Motion passed with that amendment.
All right. We have Commissioner Meade making a motion. Can I get a second?
Second motion.
Second by Walter Robertson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The next we have increase the daily limit for northern pintail from 1 pintail to 3. We have Ben Robinson and John Brunges on this one.
Dr. Brunges, you can join me at the table or stay there if you like. If we have specific questions, we can address Dr. Brunges on this one. But again, this one is increase the daily limit for northern pintail ducks from 1 pintail to 3. And for those of you maybe who aren't duck hunters or don't really understand waterfowl regulations, really waterfowl regulations are dictated by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So as states, we don't have a whole lot of latitude on what that looks like, but many times we have some range there of things that we can adopt or choose not to. This is one of those, and this is after years of research from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. They have determined that the northern pintail limit could be increased. So that's a really good opportunity for us and for our hunters to be able to provide more opportunity to be out hunting ducks or harvest more ducks. One thing to note, this, if you're watching on the agenda, paying attention, this went straight to action, and there's a reason for that, because we just learned about this from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service recently, that we were able to implement this. So for us to potentially take advantage of this for the 2025 season, we had to go ahead and advance it straight to action. So that's the reason for that. Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. So since we had to do that, what makes sense for the sportsmen to allow them to harvest more in the 2025 season, I just want to give a second for any discussion that we'd like to have on it at this point, if you guys have anything that you would like to discuss.
Yeah, I mean, I've had limited feedback. I haven't talked to a lot of duck hunters, but the ones that I have heard from are saying that they don't necessarily agree with increasing the take limit on the pintail. So I don't know if anybody else has had feedback from duck hunters. I'm not a duck hunter myself, but that's the only feedback that I've received. So
I've also heard from my district that everybody that's contacted me so far said that they weren't in favor of increasing it either, especially from 1 to 3. Maybe we could go to 2. They're just afraid that the numbers, if you start taking them, that they're going to drop off dramatically.
Ben, did they give rationale? Did U.S. Fish and Wildlife give rationale from going from 1 to 3 instead of 1 to 2? Did they give any rationale?
Yeah, is Dr. Brunges still with me? You may want to jump in here on this one because he's very involved in the flyways and can give you all of the science behind this. Ultimately, what it boils down to is pintails are pretty hard to take in Kentucky and pretty rare. So even though there is an increase going from 1 to 3, it would be pretty rare for anybody to get 3. It just provides that opportunity for those that want to try to do that. But Dr. Brunch, if you want to give some of the science behind it.
I guess it's a long-winded story. So, and you know me, I'm long-winded, but basically California and the West Coast see a lot of pintails, and they've been pushing forever that our harvest strategy didn't give them as much opportunity as they'd like. And so over the last 5 or 6 years, the Fish and Wildlife Service, USGS, the flyways have created a new model to look at pintails, because there's a lot of stuff we don't know about pintails. The population nests farther north. They're hard to keep up with compared to some of the other ducks. And so the new model says we can shoot more. 1 in 20 pintails that die every year die from hunting. Most other way, they die from a lot of other ways. And so they basically found that harvest is zero impact on the population. And so they basically create a new model that allows more harvest. And so the states, like Kentucky, we shoot less than 3,000 pintails. So changing from 1 to 3, we're not going to, in a population that we shoot hundreds of thousands across the country, we're not going to change things that much by limiting here. Our flyway had concerns about this. This is as much as what you just said. It's not the science behind it. It's the message. How do you sell? We're going to liberalize a season when a population's at the lowest level it's been. Well, we can liberalize it because our science is so good that we know that this really isn't impacting the population. Hunters can have more opportunity. You can shoot a few more. In the state of Kentucky, I would guess less than 20 or 30 people will shoot 3 bird baglins. It's not a common bird force, and not so much. So most other states are jumping on it and taking advantage of it. So we wanted you guys to have the opportunity to decide if the Kentucky sportsmen wanted that opportunity. Too long.
So the department's fully supportive of moving in this direction.
We are. The plan is an interim plan, and so it's the science of it's being very carefully watched. And if in 3 years, we basically, after 3 years of 3 bird bag limit seasons, we will go back and really look hard at the data and make sure that this is not causing some kind of decline in the population. So, if we don't do it, it's not going to change anything, because California shoots more a day than we would shoot an entire season. And so I can promise you California's going to 3. So it is being carefully watched, and it is a chance. We have never seen a hunting season drive a population down in migratory birds. We always are so kind of conservative. We've never had a chance to see actually harvest impact the population. And so this might be, if this doesn't impact the population, nothing will. So we're going to learn. And so I support it from the standpoint of it's an opportunity our sportsmen can have, and everybody else is going to take advantage of it. And so if we don't, that's fine, but it's just something that our hunters will miss out on.
Any other discussion items, fellas? Okay, well, let's move it for a vote then.
I make a motion, we go to 3 bird limit.
Got a motion, do we have a second?
Second that.
Secretary Farrell?
Dr. Floyd? Aye. Commissioner Reimer?
Nay.
I'm sorry.
Nay.
Commissioner Rhodes?
Aye.
Commissioner Cecil.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Commissioner Meade.
Aye.
Commissioner Robertson. Aye. Ayes have it.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Yeah, you guys are up there again. All right.
Because this is another waterfowl issue, but this one's pretty simple. This one would add the federal duck stamp, the E stamp, to the list of licenses or permits offered for sale online by the department. This is essentially allowing the department to enter into an agreement with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, like many other states have done, to be able to offer that E stamp online for sale, which really just simplifies things for hunters. So it's a simplification step.
Make a motion, we accept.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Cecil and a second from Commissioner Raymer. Secretary Farrell.
Yes. Commissioner Floyd.
He stepped out.
Stepped out.
Commissioner Raymer.
Aye.
Commissioner Rhodes.
Aye.
Commissioner Cecil.
Aye.
Jerry Farrell, aye. Commissioner Meade.
Aye.
Commissioner Robertson.
Aye.
One thing on that, Ben, do you know when that will go into effect, that we'll be able to have that E-stamp active? I know I've got a lot of feedback that hunters are really looking forward to that.
Yeah, hopefully that would be in place by next waterfowl season. If everything goes through its normal process, I would think we would have it in place then.
Yeah, so in that situation, the reg changes. I mean, so right now you have to purchase your federal stamp and you stick it on your license and you sign it. Electronic stamp obviously won't have that. So having that electronic stamp uploaded in your KY Fish boat app would suffice from a game warden check?
Yes. Yes, and I believe they will receive a paper stamp as well, right? If they
At the end of the season,
End of the season for-
after the season is over, they'll mail you the physical stamp for the collectors who want it. But unlike this, the reason we're getting on board now is because they've changed from it only expiring after a few days and mailing the stamp and the confusion that caused. So you'll get a stamp at the end of the season. Yeah.
Excellent.
Thanks.
All right, our next item on the agenda is the Otter Creek Outdoor Recreation Area deed transfer to Meade County Fiscal Court. Before we discuss this as an action item, we've received some feedback on this as far as not following the process of new business discussion and then action. And typically, land acquisitions are done in closed session, and it's done same day. So we do it in closed session, so that way nobody has the opportunity to hear the land that we're talking about purchasing to open up for WMAs, so there isn't any competitive bids that could potentially hurt the department's opportunity to purchase that property, which is why we go into closed session to do those. In this situation, there isn't no opportunity like that because the property is already owned. But given the fact that we've gotten so many comments on it, and we don't feel like there's a necessity to rush it into action based on some feedback that we've gotten from Meade County specifically, I would ask that we just take this item here from the new business or from the action items today, and that we move it to a new business item for today, and then we can have some discussion on it at the next meeting and then move forward. Does anybody
I'll
have?
make the motion to
I have a point of order. I believe that not just land acquisition, but any land transfer goes directly to action item by standard protocol.
Yeah.
So I want to make that thing outside of what's usual and customary in protocol. But I would agree that we, in this case, it's a little bit different. We probably should back it back to a new business item, go through that standard new business discussion item, action item, because it is a little bit different. Okay. So, but I wanted to point out that we're not doing anything that we haven't done before.
Sure.
I agree, and the confidential sensitivities doesn't exist with this particular
Right,
property as those
right.
others, so I'll second the motion.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
I had a lot of feedback too, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. So Commissioner Mead made a motion that we move this item from action to new business for today's meeting. It was seconded by Commissioner Rhodes. Commissioner Farrell, if you could take a roll call, please.
Commissioner Floyd,
Aye.
Commissioner Raymer, Commissioner Rhodes,
Aye.
Commissioner Cecil,
Yes.
Commissioner Farrell, aye. Commissioner Meade,
Aye.
Commissioner Robertson.
Aye.
Ayes have it.
So just a point of clarification, that will be a discussion item for our next commission meeting, not this commission meeting.
Chairman Little, I had suggested to Kevin Kelly, our Director of Communications, to somehow, and he will know how to best do this, get out the information exactly what this proposal is, because a lot of people don't, they're confused about what it is. I know a little bit about Otter Creek because my son used to go there when he was in Scouts, and it was at that time managed by the city of Louisville, and it was way outside of their wheelhouse. Now there, as my understanding, people are wanting to have frisbee golf there, maybe pickleball. Those things are outside of the Department of Fish and Wildlife's wheelhouse, too. You have to admit that. So I think it's a complex proposal, and the best thing to do is to get out exactly what the proposal is. I don't know the best way to do that, but Mr. Kelly will know.
Yeah. And to expound upon that comment, I agree that we need to try to be as transparent as possible. And I also wanted to say that I've had conversations with the Meade County Judge Executive, and I have great confidence in the plan that they have moving forward. So I think it'll be a good process and good transition moving forward. So they're actually present here today.
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to provide an overview of what we're trying to do now, or do you want me to hold that for the next meeting? I was prepared to do that today.
Sure, Ben, that'd be fine. I mean, and then that way we'll have that context moving in the next meeting when it will be open for discussion.
Okay, yeah, I'd be glad to do that. And if you're not
yeah,
familiar,
actually, that's probably a good idea. We'll take care of that under our new business section, though.
okay, and I'll give you just a really brief overview. For those not familiar with Otter Creek Outdoor Recreation Area, it's about a 2,261-acre property in Meade County. We took ownership, the department took ownership in 2011 from Louisville Metro Parks. And, you know, if you've ever been there, it's a beautiful place, and it does provide some good public access for hunting, for fishing, good trout fishery there. But, and it's a rather big but, if you look at the name, Outdoor Recreation Area, there's a reason for that. You know, there's a reason we didn't name this Otter Creek Wildlife Management Area back in the day, because it just does not fit under, you know, that framework to be a wildlife management area. There's a large and active campground on site. There's a really diverse trail system, multi-use trail system for hiking, horseback riding, mountain biking. There's disc golf. There's a YMCA camp in the middle of the property, and on and on. So you can see it's much different. While there is public access for hunting and fishing, it's much different than a normal wildlife management area. And the real challenge for us is, over the years, it's pulled resources away from some of our target, you know, flagship wildlife management areas in the area. It's pulled resources in staffing and budget and things like that to places that really we should be focusing more on. So in 2024, Judge Koch and the fiscal court approached us about taking over the campground. We were able to work out an agreement there. They went through a season with the campground. They've done a phenomenal job with it. I think it's been, I don't want to speak on their behalf, but it's been pretty successful for them. Because they have the skill set and the people in place to manage a campground. We were trying to do it with wildlife biologists, and that's just not their skill set. They did a good job, but not what they do. So building upon that, Meade County, they then approached us again and said, hey, this campground's working out pretty good. Would you all have any interest in transferring the property to us? And we thought, yeah, maybe we do. That could work really well for us. It could be a win-win for everybody. They come in, put in the resources that are needed to really bring the property back up to its former glory, attract more people there. But the key is, the only way we would really want to support that is if we could get deed language in place that protects public access, particularly hunting and fishing in perpetuity. So say Meade County keeps it for 10 years, it's not really working for them, they sell it to somebody else or transfer it, doesn't matter whose name's on the deed, Fish and Wildlife would have that public access. And if we can't work that out, we don't want to do the deal anyway, but I think we can. And that's really where this came about, and that's the approach we're trying to take.
So we're working on the deed right now.
We've not started on that. We wanted to get through this step first, just to get approval, really to get into that before we sought legal help. But that would be the next step, and that's kind of what we'll bring back at the next meeting, is a little more detailed approach of what some of that language might look like, and we'll meet with the fiscal court, and because there's going to be some give and take there as well on what they want, maybe what we want, and we'll try to come to a compromise.
Can I ask you, where is the park located at, and relatively about Louisville? I know that.
Yeah, it's really close to Fort Knox. Practically borders Fort Knox, and not that far from Louisville, kind of the Dixie Highway area. Louisville going up that way.
It's in Moultrie.
Yeah, I've had the opportunity to go to Otter Creek several times with some organizations that I belong in, Derby City Fly Fishers, Northern Kentucky Fly Fishers, and do some fishing down there. Camped out at the campground many times. It's a really great resource. If you've never been, I recommend that you get there and check it out.
How's the fishing?
Fishing's pretty good. Yeah, we do a good job stocking that creek. I've only been there during the months when we got trout in there, and I know Fish and Wildlife, we stock that multiple times per year, and there's also been some supplemental stockings by some of those other organizations that I mentioned earlier that have put some larger fish in there. So it's a good chance to go there, and you're not just going to catch a 9 or 10 or 12-inch rainbow. You got some 15s and 17s in there, so it's fun for the fishermen.
Okay.
All right, so we've made the motion. It's been approved to move that to new business, and then it will be discussed at the next meeting. And I appreciate everybody's feedback on that. Just understanding that land acquisitions normally is just a one-step time. Okay, so the next thing that we have, we're going to have Colonel McCreary come up and talk to us about holding and preservation of seized wildlife.
Morning, gentlemen.
Morning, Colonel.
We're requesting approval this morning to promulgate a new regulation to establish the parameters for when seized wildlife is impounded and either held alive or euthanized and preserved as evidence until the case is adjudicated. This regulation would conform with Kentucky Attorney General Opinion OAG 24-08. Before I continue on, I think it'd be important for me to give you the why and a little context behind this, just through a scenario that is truly realistic and something that our wardens experience. I'll say weekly, could be daily at periods of time during the year, but ultimately we'll just say a warden's on patrol. They get a call, somebody complains that a neighbor's holding a bobcat alive in their house. Maybe they're keeping it as a pet and they don't have a permit. The warden goes to the house, finds the complaint to be accurate, charges the person for holding the animal. We end up seizing the bobcat. It's alive. Now what do we do with it? In the past, we've had a couple choices depending on where you're located in the state. You could either put it down, freeze it and hold it as evidence, or we have to keep it alive. Where we take that to, it could be a rehabilitation center, captive wildlife permit holder, here at headquarters, but we have limited facilities. And so now we're kind of stuck. So with that said, to try to make sure that we're following the correct legal pathway, we requested an opinion from the Attorney General's office this year. And in September, we received a response from that request, which is how we made it, or how we moved to an action item, because now that we have an opinion, we need to make sure that we're following what they've asked us, or the opinion that they've given. So we requested that, in summary, two-part. The first is, from the Attorney General's office, can the department humanely dispatch and store native or inherently dangerous wildlife that we seize and that may be used in a criminal case? The Attorney General's response is that answer is no, we cannot euthanize prior to trial. However, there is one exception, and that falls under our authority of KRS 150.105, and that animal that we seize is deemed by the commissioner to be causing injury to persons, property, or animals, or spreading disease, and then you, the commission, would have to concur. The second part of that is it is relevant, but not specifically what we're asking is, can the department confiscate, seize, or take in possession of wild or exotic mammals if it has bitten a person and dispatch the animal to be tested for rabies? And the response from the Attorney General is yes, under the authority of KRS 258.085. We're also requesting within this regulation to establish parameters that outline when wildlife is impounded in a criminal case and the animal is deemed to be causing damage to persons, property, or other animals, or spreading disease, that it may be euthanized and preserved as evidence in that criminal case. So ultimately, it'd be up to the commissioner to deem it falls under this criteria, and this regulation would get, he would have your approval under this regulation for us to go ahead and move forward with euthanizing that animal. Also, within this regulation, we're requesting to exempt captive wildlife permit holders under 301 KR 2081 and wildlife rehabilitator permit holders under 301 KR 2075 from holding requirements to allow willing permit holders to serve as agents of the state to hold impounded wildlife as requested by the agency. So that same bobcat that we've seized, we may take it to one of these permit holders and ask them to hold it for us, maintain chain of custody until the case has been adjudicated. And the regulation will also allow the department to contract with these individuals or entities to hold that impounded wildlife. So we will try to contract with them so they can be reimbursed for what they're out monetarily when we're asking them to hold evidence for us. I know that's a lot. Please feel free to ask questions, but at an increasing number, we're experiencing these issues and we just end up without anywhere to take the animals. And now with this opinion, we need to put something in regulation to move forward if you all would approve that.
I have one question. You said the commissioner can give the authority to euthanize that animal with our approval. Does that approval have to come in a meeting, or can we give a blanket approval and say, yes, in these instances, he has the power to do so? How does the Attorney General view that?
So what we believe, and based on the opinion, and Deputy Commissioner Jenkins was instrumental in helping get this done, so please feel free to chime in if I missed something, but so it would have to fall under that criteria, so it's not a blanket that we can euthanize
Right.
everything. It has to meet this specific criteria. We believe in the regulation, the commissioner would have your all's approval. Basically, you would give him that full authority and support to make that decision on your behalf. If it meets the criteria, then we can euthanize.
So we wouldn't have to wait 3 months for a meeting.
So ultimately, you may
That's
come
my
into, every
question.
time I sit down here in 3 months, I may be going through a list of animals with you all and saying, hey, it meets the criteria, can we put it down? But we've held it for 3 months waiting for this opportunity.
okay, that's
Or have
what I
special
was
called
wondering.
meetings each time to
If it's
to
a
address
dangerous
this.
animal, I don't know that we want to have to wait 3 months, but
Sure. Sir.
I would like to commend the department on this proposal. It hasn't been that long ago, and I'm sure most of the folks in here are familiar with the case of Peanut, the little squirrel in New York that was taken, and it was immediately euthanized, and as well as his little buddy raccoon Fred, and they got a huge disapproval by the public because those animals were not showing any evidence of disease or acting odd. They just didn't want to bother with them, and someone had complained, and so I think it's a great idea that we're putting together a protocol of how to handle this same situation, because I know we do have those kinds of complaints, and we want to do the right thing.
So I do have one clarifying question. So the regulation that's being proposed for approval, does it codify that authority granted to the commissioner that we're granting him through this regulation? Or you're saying we would still have to individually grant that authority?
We believe it would codify that.
Okay.
That would be our goal.
All right.
And this does cover domestic and exotic animals,
It does. Native and
if they don't have permits for them.
correct. When you say domestic, we're delineating native wildlife, not
Right.
domestic
Yeah,
animals
not-
per se, but native
exactly.
wildlife.
Yeah.
I guess the other side of this is when an animal's going to be held alive, that is giving authority to, say, a wildlife rehabilitator to be able to do that, because I don't think provisions allow that right now. Is that correct?
It does not. So in that, it would exempt them So they would be holding those as an agent of the state. So even though as an individual, I'm not allowed to hold that animal, but as an officer of the state, for evidence, we can hold the animal, so we would be giving that to these permit holders to do the same for us.
Any other questions, gentlemen?
One last one. As it relates to the animals that meet these criteria for being euthanized, that's a no-brainer. And this may be somewhat unrelated, but if the animal is deemed healthy, is there any potential chance that it could be returned to?
There is
the
always a
landscape?
potential with respect to the court system, because ultimately it could be up to a jury or a judge to make that final decision. So to say, is there a chance? Yes, sir, there would always be a chance,
Okay.
depending on each individual case.
Understood. Thank you.
One last, if some of these animals cannot be helped by wildlife rehabbers, what about something that can only be helped by maybe a university or a zoo?
Yeah, so that's why we are going to put in there, and we have it on the board there, that it will either be these permit holders or an entity. So that's not to say that it would not be a zoo or somebody else that could hold them. And then upon adjudication, it may be the court awards it to this university or zoo to keep. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I know it would be hard for us because there are some animals out there that wildlife rehabbers are not legally allowed to possess. So I just wondered if there's a way of granting them permission to hold something for a period of time for us.
No, for sure. This regulation would do that. We would exempt them from what they're not allowed to hold as long as they're holding it for us.
Okay.
So they're just holding it for us as evidence, maintaining chain of custody until the case is completed through adjudication.
Okay.
I make a motion we accept.
Second.
Okay, yeah, Jerry had to step out. I apologize, and he's our secretary, so we'll just hold off for a second. So I'll tell you guys a story. I went to A.M. Yaley Elementary in Florence, Kentucky, for my elementary school, and go Bobcats, or the Bobcats, right? And back then, Bobcats weren't as prevalent. I mean, now they're in every county in the state. And so we did a fundraiser back then to raise some money for the purchase of a Bobcat for the Cincinnati Zoo, and then we raised enough money. We purchased the Bobcat and we gave it to the zoo, and it was on display there for 20-some years before it passed away. But I just think that it's awesome, the resource, and there's that word again. I get told all the time that I say awesome way too much, but can't help it. I think that's how I explain it. That's what I think it is. But the resource has made such an abundant comeback. I would just like to remind everybody, whether you're trapping or if you take one in the field during hunting, that the department is looking for samples of the jawbone of that animal. If you do have your trapping license, then you would have received in the mail some information about how to do that. If you're not trapping and you didn't receive that information, you can access that online. But we are trying to do a study there to make sure we understand, everything we can about the Bobcats. And within the last 4 years, we did have a requirement. There was going to be a requirement to turn that in, and we thought that was overburdensome, and so we made some adjustments there to let people turn it in of their own accord. And if they did turn it in, then they actually got more opportunity for harvest. So I think that was a great compromise. But anyway, that's my story. So I just wanted to take that. Well, now that Jerry's back, Jerry, we have a motion made by Commissioner Cecil and seconded by Commissioner Rhodes to approve the holding and preservation of seized wildlife as explained to us by Colonel McCreary. So if you could take a roll call, please.
Sure. Commissioner Floyd?
Aye.
Commissioner Raymer?
Aye.
Commissioner Rhodes?
Aye.
Commissioner Cecil?
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Meade?
Aye.
Commissioner Robertson?
Aye.
Ayes have it.
All right.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. All right, next we're going to have Dave Drews come and speak to us about modifying traditional fishing regulations on selected water bodies. Dave, how you doing this morning?
Doing just fine, Mr. Chairman. Good to be with you all today, gentlemen.
This is to, proposal is to amend 301 KR 1201. This is the regulation where our creel limits and size limits are housed. So we have a number of different proposals under this one regulation. The first one is to remove the catch and release regulations for sport fish on Clear Fork in Logan and Warren counties. The next one is to remove the 4 fish daily limit for channel catfish and 15 fish daily limit on sunfish from ponds at Kentucky River WMA Boone Tract. The next proposal is to add a 10-inch minimum size limit for black crappie and white crappie at Nolan River Lake and Rough River Lake. And then the final proposal would be to add an 18 to 26 inch protective slot limit and 2 fish daily limit for native walleye on the Rockcastle River. And happy to answer questions or explain further any of those proposals if needed.
On the Boone track, removal of the 4 fish daily limit on catfish, so what would there be, just unlimited?
It reverts to statewide, and so there is no statewide creel limit on catfish, so it would be statewide regs.
Because I know that I fished that one quite a bit, and that with the Kentucky River flows in there, sometimes it actually gets loaded up with catfish too. So cool. And I love bluegill fishing, so more than 15 is going to make me happy. All right. Anybody have any other questions for Dave on this topic?
I do. On bullet point 4, how long, Dave, through your studies, does it take to get a 10-inch crappie? We say crappie where I grew up, not crappie. So,
yeah.
10-inch crappie. How long does it take in the state of Kentucky to get one to that length?
Well, it varies depending on the water body. I don't recall the exact age for this particular water body. White crappie will grow a little bit faster than black crappie. It may be, is it 2 years, Jeff? Do you know? 2 to 3. Depending on whether it's black or white. Again, the white crappie would grow a little bit faster. But our biologists have modeled these populations and have found that they could sustain that bigger size, and it helps protect fish so they could spawn at least one time if they're growing really rapidly. So we think that the modeling shows it would be a good thing.
Good. Thank you.
The 10-inch, I'm very familiar. Normally it's a 9-inch limit, isn't it?
Some places we have 9-inch limits. Some places we don't have minimum size limits at all. But yeah, 10 inches is what we're proposing here, and we do have 10-inch size limits in a number of different waters across the state. And it's basically where the fish grow fast enough, then the 10-inch limit makes sense.
There's a number of people in my district who fish those lakes, and every one of them are in support.
Yeah,
because they think the crappie population is declining in both lakes, right. So they're in full support of a 10-inch limit.
I fish both those lakes, and then they get a lot of pressure. So 10-inch definitely makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, most lakes you fish from here down south that have a 10-inch size limit, you see the structure of the fish getting bigger over the years. So
I make a motion we accept.
All right, we got a motion to accept by Commissioner Cecil.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Meade. Commissioner Farrow, whenever you're ready.
Sure. Commissioner Floyd?
Aye.
Commissioner Raymer?
Aye.
Commissioner Rhodes?
Aye.
Commissioner Cecil?
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Commissioner Meade?
Aye.
Commissioner Robertson?
Aye.
Aye, that's happy. Good deal.
Okay, next thing that we have on the agenda is Thoroughbred Bass Selective Breeding Research Project. Dave's going to give us some information on this.
Gentlemen, you may remember this same project on last quarterly meeting agenda. With your approval at that time, we got busy and got started on this project, and our biologists were collecting
the bass that would be studied in this project this fall already. So we have a number of samples completed, at least collected. We haven't sent anything off for genetic analysis yet. But we wanted to come back to you because after further discussion with the entity that would be doing our genetic analysis, probably through a combination of things, miscommunication maybe a little bit of inexperience on the person that we were dealing with at the company, and just further development of the technology, because this is really cutting edge technology. I spoke to one of their persons last night, and she told me that just in the last 6 months, they've learned more about the trophy marker study in the Florida bass. And of course, we're doing trophy marker study in northern largemouth bass, our native fish. But obviously, they can apply what they're learning in the Florida bass trophy markers studies to what we're going to attempt to do. And so, anyway, I'm coming back to you because the cost is higher than what was initially proposed to you. And in full transparency, we wanted to come back and tell you that we're asking for a little bit more higher costs on this research proposal. So what I've been told is that this is going to be probably a span over 2 fiscal years. So I'd call this a 2-year study, and the cost will be up to $100,000 for this study over 2 years. Damn. And after that, there would be simply the operational costs that would continue as every year we would need to sample fish. But in terms of to develop the panel, we think that this will be done in the next year, where we could have a panel developed and be able to test fish against that panel in the spring of '26 if we're successful. So what we're asking for is a reapproval for the increased cost and to move forward with the thoroughbred bass selective breeding research project.
I'll make a motion to pass.
Jim, I have one question though.
Sure.
So the $100,000 is over a 2-year period. It's not all in one shot. So
some of it, I would say it depends on. It's certainly $100,000 is what we're asking for. I do not know what the breakdown will be. It probably will be more in this year than the following year, but it all depends on how quickly we get the fish samples collected. So it's a little unknown whether it's going to be 50-50 or whether it's going to be 70-30 this year to next.
For the genetic testing.
This is just to develop the panel.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Was attested by the gentleman, the young man, Waylon, in attendance here this morning that helped us with the pledge. I think that he'd be interested in the thoroughbred bass program. 25-inch largemouth that he caught. I mean, if we can get that all over the place,
we would have been interested in that fin clip.
Yeah, for sure. Jerry?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Doc, you said this was cutting edge technology?
Yes, sir.
So exactly, break it down. What is a thoroughbred bass?
Thoroughbred bass is what we are naming the development of finding trophy markers. So you collect a bunch of fish that are big, and you compare them to a bunch of fish that aren't big, and you try to find markers, genetic markers that only the big fish have. And then once you develop that panel, then you take that panel that has the known big fish markers, quote unquote, the thoroughbred bass markers, and then you collect fish from the wild and you run them against that panel, and then only the fish from the wild that have the big fish thoroughbred bass markers, you use those at your hatchery. And so all the fish that eventually, hopefully, all the fish that we produce at our hatcheries will have the trophy bass markers. Theoretically, they have the potential to grow bigger. And so everywhere that we would stock them, it would enhance the potential for the growth. To maximize that potential, you have to have the right environmental conditions. But every place you stock them, theoretically, the more you add, the more you improve the capability of that population.
Is this an aggressive bass?
Our northern bass are it's just the native fish, but I can tell you that it is known factually that a Florida bass is less aggressive than a northern bass. And so one of the things we could do in the future that we're not proposing here, but this selective breeding is, kind of the sky's the limit. You can go and fish for the fish and use the ones that bit better as the ones that you selectively breed for, in the same fashion that we're selecting for the ones that get bigger. So there's selective breeding is selective breeding for whatever characteristic you want to attempt to improve.
I understand.
I know we've got an open motion, but just one quick question in the interest of transparency. How much more is this than the request that was presented 3 months prior? And forgive my faulty memory, I don't recall.
Oh, how much did we propose before?
Yeah.
I think we proposed 25,000, but I think we proposed it as a 1-year project. And this is a 2-year project to complete. So again, probably some miscommunication from us to the entity that's doing the work, and maybe some inexperience, because we asked the person, are you sure? And they were sure, but they ended up being wrong. So I think we actually have the right numbers this time.
Okay.
And certainly if things change, we're going to come back and ask you all again. But the hope is that what they're telling us now is what the final number is going to be. But I will say that this is cutting edge in the sense that there's no guarantee. They're still refining the trophy markers for Florida bass that they've already identified. And so I'm sure that you all will want an update on this on occasion. So I don't think this is the only time we're going to be talking to you about it. And certainly if it finds that we run into challenges with the development of this panel in year 1, then we would come back to you and say, well, we're going to have to test some more fish. Right now the plan is to test 150 of the quote unquote big fish, and then 150 of the unknown fish, and hopefully that we'll find the trophy markers that we're looking for. The theory is that the genomes are similar enough between northern bass and Florida bass, just like my genome is very, very similar with yours. The hope is that they can look in those same locations where they have identified trophy markers in Florida bass and hopefully find them in northern largemouth bass. So anyway, we're optimistic that we'll be able to develop this panel, within the next year and a half, and then be ready in 26 to apply the fish we catch from the wild to the panel.
I second the motion.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. So, Commissioner Farrell, whenever you're ready.
Yes. Commissioner Floyd? Aye. Commissioner Raymer?
Aye.
Commissioner Rhodes?
Aye.
Commissioner Cecil?
Aye.
Jerry Farrell? Aye. Chuck? Commissioner Meade?
Aye.
Commissioner Robertson?
Aye.
Ayes have it. All right.
Jim, 3 years brings us a 30-inch fish, okay?
We're gonna do our best.
All right, Dave's going to stay with us as the next thing is a feasibility study on low voltage fish fence to harvest invasive carp in mass quantities.
Gentlemen, this is another research project that we're bringing before you for approval. It's basically a feasibility study. This will not be anything done to put something in the water at this stage. Dr. Shemek Bajer is a research assistant professor at the University of Minnesota Aquatic Invasive Species Research Center. He's founded this company called Carp Solutions. He's basically developed this electric low voltage fish fence to harvest common carp, which they tend to do in northern states like Minnesota, because they're in such dense numbers in some of their natural lakes that they try to fish them down. In this case, he wants to see if he can apply this technology to our problem with invasive carp, silver carp, bighead carp, grass carp, and the like. And so, so what this proposal does, again, our carp funding is 100% federal funds. So it would be with carp funding, 100% federal funds, no fish and game dollars. That to basically study this. It would allow him to come down here, look at the Salt River, which is the proposed study site, work with Division of Water, work with other local partners to look at this particular water body, look at the geography to see if the design would work here. Also, an engineer would come here with him at some point. So this is basically a $40,000 feasibility study that would occur over the next year with your approval.
Which is not with department funds.
It's not, the CART funds come to the department and then we utilize those, but it's not fish and game fund dollars. It's 100% federal funding.
So I'm assuming there's a hypothesis that these things react to this low voltage. I mean, we know that they react to either sound or noise or vibration, obviously. So we're thinking we can harvest them, corral them up, and get
Basically,
them
it's
out
like
the
you
waterways.
steer them. You
Yeah.
steer them with this low voltage fish fence into some harvest corral.
They've been using low voltage fencing to keep them from getting into the Great Lakes for years.
And we're using them at Barkley
They're very
with the
sensitive.
bioacoustic fish fence. It's not low voltage electricity, but it's sound and bubbles and light. But yes, this would be using a low voltage electric current to try to steer them for harvest.
Do we have a motion?
Not yet.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we got a motion by Commissioner Rhodes, seconded by Commissioner Raymer. Commissioner Farrow, whenever you're ready.
Sure. Commissioner Floyd? Aye. Commissioner Raymer?
Aye.
Commissioner Rhodes?
Aye.
Commissioner Cecil? Aye. Commissioner Farrell? Aye. Commissioner Meade?
Aye.
Commissioner Robertson? Aye. And now ayes have it. Fried fish, baby.
All right, that is the end of our action items. We're at 10 o'clock, so 2 hours in. Before we move on to discussion items, would you guys like to take like a 10-minute recess?
Please. Thank you.
We'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back for discussion items after that. So it's 10:04. We'll get back at 10:14.
I always wanted to do that.
You want to do it?
That's what I always wanted to do that.
Live and rolling, so let's go ahead and move straight on into our discussion items for today. So the first item on the agenda under discussion items is modify the language regarding the definition and uses of electric trolling motors on selected water bodies. And Dave is still here to speak with us about that.
Sir, Mr. Chair, we have two proposals in this regulation to address the emerging technologies, let's say, for electric motors. Electric outboard motors are coming, and they're already here. And certainly, I think you're only going to see this industry grow. Mercury already has a number of different models, and then there's other companies that have electric outboards as well. So we have a number of water bodies that have the electric motor only designation, and so we wanted to make sure that electric trolling motor would be defined as motors equal to or less than 3 horsepower, 1.3 kilowatts input power, or 120 pounds of thrust. And that would be a definition. And so the second part of this proposal is we have a number of lakes where we already have the regulation that if the motor is over 10 horsepower, you must use idle speed. And so we wanted to create an equivalency and say that on these selected water bodies, when using electric motors exceeding 10 horsepower and 6 kilowatts input power, you must use idle speed. So this is just getting out in front and creating those equivalencies.
All right, any discussion, gentlemen? Jerry?
Yes, do they have some new trolling motors more than 120?
To my knowledge, they don't have any trolling motors over 120 pounds of thrust.
120 that's for a big boat. Yeah.
I know they have them up to 111 pounds of thrust. Minn Kota, I'm not sure about the other makers, but I did all the research I could find on the 3 big brands of trolling motors, and I don't find any of them over 120 pounds of thrust.
What about the number of motors on a boat? Because some of the trolling motor only or electric motor only, the lakes that I've been on, some of them got 5 or 6 trolling motors on them.
They do. I've never seen that before.
You can almost ski behind them.
Okay. We do not regulate that. So
they're creating it's there's not pollution, no pollution going in the water. It's electric, but they're fast.
They don't wake.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was a thing, in all honesty.
Yeah. Some of the guys that I've been on some of them, which I've always been on just on trolling motor, but some of the guys are hooking 5 or 6 of them on the boats, and it gets across the 1,000-acre lake pretty quick.
Interesting.
Well, I think based on the definition here, 120 pounds of thrust, if you were to have, a 60 and a 60.
That was total.
Yeah, would that qualify as that?
Mr. Chair, I think as we were defining this, it would just say no individual motor over that. So theoretically, they could have as many motors as they want, as long as it's under that designation.
Yeah. I've never seen that either. That's kind of out there, but somebody's going to try to go out there to skirt around it. So I think we should just make sure.
And we all know they go there.
So if we could just make a change there where it says, I guess,
up to 120.
Up to 120 pounds if there's multiple. I don't know how that would need to read.
120 pounds thrust combined?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be. I think that would help stop that loophole from.
You might want to propose something like, and I'm thinking off the cuff here, you guys can help me out, if but maybe no more than one in operation at a time. Because people stow an extra trolling motor. Tournament anglers, for example, will put an extra trolling motor in the boat.
Right.
They're not using both at the same time, but they want to have a backup. So maybe, and again, Colonel, you can help me out too, but if you're wanting to go in that direction, it's probably only one of the maximum in operation at one time. I'm trying to think here that probably doesn't work either, because in a sense, if I have an electric outboard, I could have a trolling motor on the front and I could have an electric outboard on the back. And they're both, they're not in operation at the same time, but obviously they're in the water and could be theoretically very difficult. I don't know how big of prevalent that problem is.
Right.
So
I guess if it's the exception and not the rule, you don't necessarily need to make regulations for the exception.
I would
per
ask
se,
the
but-
Colonel, do you see that, or you've heard of that?
Some
Multiple
boards in the field may have seen it personally, I have not.
What's it, I think, is it SPA that's electric only? Or Bashir? No, Bashir's not.
Shear's not electric.
I think
You think about Peabody Lakes by
No,
chance?
There's Spa Lake, I think, down there. I think it's electric motor only. And I've seen 3 or 4 trolling motors on some boats down there.
I think what we're getting at here is when they say electric motors, they are coming out with new outboards that are all electric. And you can get a 200, a 250, if you can afford a 300, I guess. So they're trying to cut that off before that starts?
Basically, we're just trying to make sure that if you have a electric motor that's the equivalent of a 50 horsepower, that if you go to a 10 horsepower lake where you should be only idling with a motor that large. Right now, the regulation doesn't say that, because it just says if you have an electric motor, you don't have to idle, basically.
Right.
So,
The speed limit on.
yeah, that's problematic as well, because then we would need officers with radar guns.
Yeah, makes sense to me. So it's discussion at this point. It will be new business. The next meeting for us to vote on it. So if there's any other discussion, otherwise we'll move forward.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So now we go to boating registration fees and definitions. Colonel McCreary is going to join us for this one. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Much of what we're proposing through the boat registration fees and definitions is some additions and cleanup. We're asking to amend 301 KR 6001 chapter definitions to add the definition of personal watercraft. It already exists in KRS. To add the definition of vessel, which already exists in KRS as well. And we're asking to modify the Class A definition to include personal watercraft. So U.S. Coast Guard already labels your PWCs as a Class A vessel anyway. And then, with new technology, it's prompted us to ask to define hydrofoil. And if you'll look at the attachment there, D2, you have in your package or even on the screen. We want to define hydrofoil and commonly known as an e-foil. And then also mechanically propelled surfboards. Now the surfboards, we're being proactive here. We haven't seen a lot of those. Typically you'll see them in coastal states, but you could see them within the Commonwealth too, so we're getting out in front of that as well. We're also asking to repeal 301 KR 6005 under boat registration fees and replace it into 301 KR 5022, which has our license tag and permit fees. So again, it's our continued effort to consolidate into that regulation.
And get more revenue too, right?
We would just be moving that section into 5022. Now, as we move down and we start to talk about cleaning up and removing, I'll kind of go in order, but we're going to ask to clean up and remove the antiquated language in section 1 of 05, which essentially ended April 30th, 2018, so it needs to be removed because it's not present day any longer. And this is your discussion, Commissioner Farrell. We're asking to clarify all vessels to be registered based upon vessel length. So right now, in regulation, we have a fee if you have an electric motor or if you have an inboard motor. And what we've heard is that some counties may be double charging people. For example, if you have a personal watercraft, it also has an inboard motor. So you could be charged a registration fee for a personal watercraft and plus it having an inboard motor. Once again, we're looking to consolidate and only register vessels by their length, not their motor. We're asking to remove the trolling motor only registration fee and remove the inboard motor only registration fee. So everything will be registered by length moving forward if this is approved.
What's the length?
It varies. So we go off Coast Guard standards on that as well. So Class A vessels are 16 feet, less than 16 feet in length. And then Class 1 vessels, 16 feet or over. Class 2 is vessels that are 26 feet or over, and Class 3 are 40 feet or more in length. Just another example to give you an idea, you could have it's not typical, but just for example purposes, we may say, hey, you have a runabout that's less than 16 feet but has an inboard motor. So the way the current regulation is, you could be charged potentially for a boat under 16 feet and then pay the inboard motor fee as well. If this is approved, you will just be paying the less than 16 feet fee.
Any other discussion, gentlemen?
And does that apply to all vessels? I mean, when you say personal watercraft, I haven't looked at that definition explicitly, see, but kayaks and
It wouldn't. So we only pay a registration fee in Kentucky if you have a motorboat. So if it's got a motor attached to it, you must register it. So it wouldn't apply to kayaks unless you have like a canoe or something where you put a motor on the back of it.
A trolling motor, you still got to register, right?
It is, yes, sir, unless it's on private waters.
So that would include kayaks, and most of the kayaks now got trolling motors on them.
If you did put a trolling motor on it, and you're on public waterway,
so you got to register.
You would have to register it, which it's currently that way anyway.
If it had an inboard motor, it would.
Inboard or outboard. If it's got a motor of any kind, then state law requires it to be registered as a motorboat.
Could be a lot more kayaks and canoes and other things on the waterways. I've had somebody say, why do we exempt them? Just like a lot of people say bicycles that use the roadway should pay infrastructure costs associated with that. And I think some people that use their waterways feel like those entities should pay as well. So a usage fee or something. So just commentary, aside commentary. So
Any other discussion? All right, with that, we'll move on to action item at the next month's meeting. All right, next is recommendations for guides and outfitters. We have Deputy Commissioner Jenkins speaking to us on this today.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. So I'm coming representing a group of staff that we've been working on this for some time, both housed within the Wildlife Division, the Fisheries Division, and Law Enforcement Division. And like I said, this is a thing that we've talked and discussed for many years now, and you've seen me present on commercial guides in the past, and this is just furthering that conversation. So what I would like to do here is touch on a few things to give you a little bit of background before I go through this recommendation. So the first thing that we need to do is conform with House Bill 586 and what that bill that passed in last year's session modified changes to KRS 150-175 and KRS 150-190. Specifically what that did is that created the outfitter license and our abilities to sell that license. We have made guide changes and discussed guide changes for a while, and one thing that's always been limiting is we have seen this industry grow,
and we wanted to have the abilities to have outfitters, because that's how we had many of our guides operating as an outfitter and guide situation. We didn't have the authority to do that. Now, because of House Bill 586, we do. And so that bill created a outfitting license, and it gave us the authority to promulgate regulations for that license. I will say that now that that bill has been passed and signed into law, that we need to promulgate regulation because it's there for us to sell and offer. So there is a necessity behind this. What we decide and what that looks like will be up to you, and we're bringing our proposals to you. So with that, it's a fairly lengthy list there, and you can see that on the attachment. So I will give you just the highlight of what we're proposing. So what we would like to do is to amend 301 KAR 2030, the commercial guide license regulation, and recodify that into Chapter 3. You've heard a lot of terminology already today, and you'll hear that on some of these other items where we're trying to simplify regulations, move them all into one place, put them in chapters where they make sense, and this is in an effort to do so and move this into Chapter 3 where all of our other licenses are held. We are proposing to change the title of this regulation to Fishing and Hunting Guide and Outfitter licenses. So getting into really the meat of what we're looking at, we're proposing to create 4 new licenses: a fishing outfitter license, a hunting outfitter license, a fishing guide license, and a hunting guide license for both a resident and a non-resident. We are also proposing tiering of those outfitter licenses based upon the number of guides that they have working underneath the outfitter. We also request that the holder of an outfitter license is to report on any guiding activity that license holder does. So if you are an outfitter, many outfitters will also guide themselves. And so right now we have a reporting requirement for guides. We think that if you're out as an outfitter and you're an outfitter license and you are taking clients, you need to be able to report on that effort. And then we want to modify the license suspension and revocation parameters for all 4 license types. So if you are an outfitter and you have a guide who's working underneath of you that is not following the laws, and you as an outfitter knowingly gave them information or allowed them to break the law, we want to be able to hold them accountable for their guide's actions or their actions. So giving permit or license revocation parameters was our recommendation. And then finally, as a highlight on that tiering, we're also proposing to set fees on those licenses based upon, like I said, the number of guides who work underneath of them. And for fishing outfitter, Tier 1, $250 for a resident, $1,000 for non-resident. Tier 2 fishing outfitter license, $750 for a resident, $1,500 for non-resident. Fishing guide, so we have that now. We're proposing to decrease that to $100 for a resident, $400 for non-resident. And then moving to a hunting outfitter, Tier 1, $500 and $1,000. Tier 2, $1,000 and $2,000. Tier 3, $1,500, $2,500, and then Tier 4, $2,000 and $3,000. And then the same price point for a hunting guide as there is a fishing guide of $100 and $400. There's a lot here, gentlemen, and I tried to just give you the highlight. I have a ton of data and reasons behind why we picked what we did, and really thought it'd be best just to answer your questions as they've come up, and whatever you have related to those. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. I did have one question. So if you own a guide service, but you're just one man and you're guiding people, let's say fishing, they would not need the outfitter's license. They would just need the guide license, right? You only need the outfitter license when you have fishing guides that would work underneath that one outfitter. Is that correct?
That's not correct. So everybody would be an outfitter.
Okay.
And so that Tier 1 outfitter is if you don't have anybody working for you. So they would be a Tier 1 outfitter. And then the guides, you can only work for an outfitter. So you can't solicit, you can't do any of those things. You specifically are an employee. So we set it up like a business. The outfitter is the business owner, and the guides are employees for the business. And so if you are a outfitter business of one, you are a fishing guide or a fishing outfitter tier 1 or a hunting outfitter tier 1, depending on what you offer.
And in that situation, they would have to purchase the outfitter tier 1, but they would not have to purchase the fishing guide?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. The guide is just for the people who are working underneath of that outfitter.
Okay.
Did all this come about, it's probably been in the works for a while, or was this due to that guy that got the fine of $44,000?
No, that's beside the point. This is something we've been working on for years, honestly. And going back to my previous statement, we wanted to be able to set up this outfitter and guide package to stay with the changing times in our outfitters and what they're offering. As we have seen more opportunities come for outfitters, we've seen that industry grow, our regulations really haven't. And what was really limiting was that outfitter. So now everybody was a guide. And it was confusing for enforcement. It was confusing who's working for who. We needed this outfitter. And the statute was able to do that for us, and bringing this to where we feel that it regulates the industry efficiently, but it's not overly burdensome, but it also is something that protects our clients, the people who come into Kentucky who hunt and fish and who use those services.
Mr. Chair, may I speak?
Yeah.
Without blowing cover, I'll try to say this in the fairest way possible, but a few times that I can think of, actually, I guess few's poor choice of words, there have been situations where somebody gets just a guide license, but they're clearly working for somebody else, and they're promoting nefarious activities with virtually nothing to lose, and then in some cases working for a guide without a guide's license. And so again, this is something that protects a lot of the consumers, a lot of the sportsmen, and there's just been a multitude of these cases that we've had to deal with in my tenure, and commercial activities growing.
Just as a point, in 2023, so last year, we had 402 commercial guides. That number is growing. And preliminary data from this year, I think, is very relevant, and I appreciate the Fisheries Division pulling this together. So for our folks who indicate that they take clients fishing, those guides offered about 3,500 guided trips, which equated to nearly 10,000 anglers that took a guide out this year in the state. So it's growing, and it's a very popular thing for our state, and a testament to our resources. But I think it's also a need to highlight why we're proposing what we are, to bring this into relevancy, to get it right where it needs to be.
The only counter or proposal that I've seen counter to what's being proposed here is from the Kentucky Elk Guide Association, and their numbers are roughly half, in some cases, or less than half of what's being proposed. And you said that you all have got data and information to support what you're suggesting or recommending. I would be interested to see what their data is to support what they're offering too. But I'm assuming there's been conversation happening with these guide associations.
The only official guide association is the Elk Guide Association. They spoke into this early into the regulation. I have not heard anything from them since.
Okay.
They did not comment on it as new business or a discussion item. So I can't speak to where they stand on it.
Yes. I don't know the department, but we received an email either last night or the day before. So
it was last night.
It was last night. So anyway, that information's out there. But.
Yeah, Donald Thomas, the president, sent us all an email around 8 o'clock or so last night with some recommendations that they have for the fee structure. So just want to make sure that you guys all receive that and take a chance to review it.
And I would be glad to justify how we came up with the fees and those numbers. Yeah. Like I said, it was all based upon the number of people that they had working under them and looking at historical data. And one would assume the more guides you have working underneath of you, the larger your business is. And so we have some outfitters who had, one in particular had well over 20 employees. And so, that tier 4 hunting guide, that's 10 guides or more. So it's a big business. in what we're looking at.
A secondary question that's somewhat unrelated but may also be related. I came across a term the other day looking on social media about virtual guiding. I don't know if that's something that you all are familiar with, but I guess people are using technology. They're 400 or 500 miles away from the state that they're guiding, and they're dropping pins and sending people places to hunt. Is that something that we're experiencing here in the state as well?
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
We see that in a variety of different hunting aspects where they are consulting and giving recommendations for fees and what that looks like. You know, it's a great point. And is that legal or is that not? And it's consultant based. And so we have a provision that allows for, if you don't need a guide license for classroom instruction now. So I'll gladly give you the definition that we're proposing on a hunting outfitter. The hunting outfitter license authorizes the holder to solicit for guiding services or provide guiding services for clients in taking or attempting to take wildlife, and which may have a guide authorized to assist clients on behalf of the license holder. So that take or attempt to take based upon your instruction, I think would be what we would look at in situations like that.
I mean, ultimately, these fees will be handed down to the customer anyway.
Correct.
I mean, they're just gonna increase their fees a little bit to get it back down to customers. I don't think the customers will balk an extra $25 to $30 that would be added on to the hunting trip or fishing trip, you know, to cover its fees.
So we did look at fees of what we could find publicly available on our guides that we searched through social media and websites on our Kentucky Outfitters and Guides. And just as a kind of an average price point for fishing, you're looking at about 350 days for a half-day fish trip. Full day, 500 to 600. It goes up if you're targeting striper or trout in our recommendation. Hunting side, it varies all across that because of the different seasons. But we just had about $4,000 for a velvet archery hunt, $35 to $55 for a modern gun hunt. Elk season, we know what elk numbers are like. Those are very high. $4,000 to $10,000 for an elk hunt. Waterfowl, a couple hundred to $400 a person. So where you would think, and that's about average for where they are across the state. And looking at our fees that we're proposing, we thought that was right in line and not overly burdensome to all those different entities based upon the clientele and the numbers that they're taking.
Thank you. I look forward to the feedback from the guides and outfitters, so I appreciate the information.
Right, and we did have somebody in the audience. I just want to remind the audience that you guys will have an opportunity to speak during the public comment section for anything regarding discussion items. So you'll have that opportunity when we do the public comments. Mr. Jenkins, I did want to ask, a lot of the feedback that I'm seeing regarding this entails to the reporting. I understand the need for the reporting for the biologists to get more information to help us with the management of the species. I just want to make it as easy as possible for those that have to do the reporting to do that. And I know that we're making a long way. There's a lot of strides as far as the app, the Hunt Fish Boat app and stuff of that nature. I would think that we could probably put together something to where they can submit that information online or via an app, so that way it'd be easier for them to do it. And it would probably get that information submitted more quickly versus waiting until the end of the season or the month or whatever it might be to fill out all that information and submit it in. So I just want to make sure that we're looking at that to make it easier for them to submit that information that we're requesting them to submit to us.
We agree, and we've made great strides on that from when we implemented the reporting requirement and it went into effect this year to where we are now, where they're receiving lots of automation every month. Hey, if you indicated you were a fishing guide, you're getting a reminder email. We're contacting them through automation. You need to do this, you need to do this. The system is set up online now to where they can actually go in and report every day if they want to. The requirement is monthly, but it's set up to each time they go, they can make that report. And so From where we were 6 months ago to where we are now is light speeds ahead on making it more customer friendly, user friendly for us to be able to export the data and to inform our outfitters that they need to do this, and then the reminders, and then the potential warning letters and suspension and revocation through that process. So we agree it was a little bit clunky, and we've come a long way.
Good. The other thing is, I know that this is also being suggested to really protect people. I mean, I know that all of us have heard stories of, people paying large sums of money and going down to hunt the elk or to fish, and then, the guide not being there, or just stuff of that nature. They don't have, just not following the right processes. And it leaves a sour taste in people's mouth when, they apply for a tag and they win the hunt of a lifetime, and then they are trying to go to a reputable source that ends up not being a reputable source. And under the current guides, that person can just, change his business name to a different business name and be back up and going, whereas this is going to have a little bit more teeth. And, if somebody breaks the law or does something of that nature, it's going to prevent them from being able to do that, thus allowing the patrons of the state that's going out to do these activities not experiencing something like that. So I think that it's really well thought out and a good idea. And if we can protect people from experiencing something negative like that in the future, I think that will go a long way.
And the last point I'll make too is the prices. That's one thing that everybody's concerned or have discussions on. So that fee has not been adjusted since 2007. So I can understand, but it's been a long time coming. We all realize what the economy has done since 2007, and so I think that's where we want to be in this recommendation on that to make it relevant.
Moving on to action.
Okay. Any other discussion before we move it on? Nope. Okay. We'll move that on. Thank you, Gabe. All right. Up next, we have the recommendations for biennial adjustments and license and permit fees.
So I'll handle this one in similar fashion. I've got a quick discussion to kind of get you how we got to this point and our recommendations, and provide some supplemental information to you because of this recommendation. So at the moment, the department has never set a standard for license fee renewals or evaluation over time, and we've assessed those fees randomly. We've traditionally used a variety of metrics to review and recommend adjustments, such as the cost in other states, participation trends, changing management schemes, stakeholder input, various things that help us guide those recommendations to you on those license fees. And similarly, like we just talked about on the commercial guide side, we have a lot of fees or permits that we've not adjusted in this agency since 2007. They might be smaller, they might not sell as many. They're just a variety of different things. Some we have adjusted more frequently than others, but we've not seen a resident fee increase since 2019 on any fee. And so as things have changed, and this was really kind of highlighted for us through COVID, the economy, our cost of doing business was dramatically increasing, and we weren't able to keep up with those because of what the economy was doing, and we were falling behind. And we have that going on, and then we also had unfunded mandates that we were receiving from the legislature that we had to pay, that were on the backs of our dollars without a mechanism for support through the legislature, such as the requirement for us to help pay for the state police radio system, raises for our staff at an 8% and 6%, and then followed by a 3% and 3%. So for the last 4 years, our staff have received a 20% increase. We're very happy for our staff to be able to receive that, but that comes at the backs of us being able to handle that through our budget without an increase without anything from the state legislature. And then what's next for us in those unfunded mandates? Is it another pay raise? Is it something else that there is encouragement for us to do on our fish and game dollars? So for us, in an effort to help keep pace with the economy and these unfunded mandates that we can't forecast, we put together a team of staff to look at different parameters and formulas to help create a standard for price adjustments to all the fees where we collect for licenses, permits, tags, and various other items that we sell. Our staff, we collaborated with the University of Kentucky's Gatton College of Business and Economics, and specifically with Dr. Michael Clark, who is the director for the Center of Business and Economic Research within the College of Business and Economics. This was a great partnership with him, and he provided a great amount of valuable information to us. But the fantastic thing is he was also a sportsman. He was an angler, and so he understood what we were trying to do, what the economy looked like, the science behind it, but also understood our model and our funding model and what that looked like. So it was a very valuable partnership to get his input. And so all that to say, I'm the voice today for a large team of experts to provide you with this recommendation to help set and create a fee adjustment standard that is transparent, consistent, and formula-based. And then with a brief introduction, I'd like to highlight that proposal that you see here. So with that, we are proposing to amend our fee regulation 301 KAR 5022, the license, tag, and permit fees. And we're proposing to establish a biennial fee adjustment for that regulation. There are a couple things here that we propose to exclude from that are Section 8, specifically the application fees, and I'll touch on that in a minute. The federal duck stamp that you just passed will go in this reg. That's set by the federal government, so we wouldn't want to adjust that fee. We'll include the boat registration fees that we just passed that would go into this regulation. And where we're really kind of getting into the meat and potatoes of this is the biennial adjustment amount would be determined by summing the 12-month percentage change in the consumer price index over the previous 2 years as reported by the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics. The final amount would be rounded to the nearest 1/10 of a percent, and then I have an appendix where we talked about that. We'll establish, we anticipate this would start for the 2026 license year. And then a couple other proposals that fit into this. We are requesting to establish a reduced price, first-time license buyer, sportsman's license, for the same price of a youth sportsman's license of $30. Establish a bobcat permit fee of $10 and a cleanup item to remove the dog kennel and horse stall rental fees. So before I turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to expand on some of these things to give you more clarity, to understand our recommendation, for full transparency for everybody here and for your understanding. We're recommending we use the CPI, or Consumer Price Index, as that is a standard to adjust our fees. CPI is a measure of the average change over time and the prices paid by consumers for goods and services. The index is put out monthly by the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics, and the index are available for the U.S. in various geographic areas. On average, the CPI increases in a given year between 2 and 3.5%. However, in times of great inflation, like COVID, in the years of COVID, it could be as high as 8 or as low as 0.1% during the recession in the mid-2000s. As proposed, we would automatically adjust all fees, except the ones that we've highlighted here that would be excluded, on a 2-year schedule that takes the previous 2 years' CPI index number and adds them together to apply that increase. We propose to not include the cost for fees related to applications and federal permits on our websites. Specifically, those application fees, those are for the elk draw, the quota hunts, things that are chances for you to go that we really market. And so we didn't feel like that needed to be adjusted. Just let that be as a standard and stay the same. I provided you an appendix in your handout. It's the last few pages there, page 27 through 33 on the agenda, of all of our current fees and a CPI number for you to review so you can understand what a CPI percentage would do for any and all fees. That number currently is 7.1. Note, this is what the adjustment would be should the recommendation be approved and go into effect right now. We've provided you with a 2023 CPI number and the 10-month average for 2024. If we were to pass this recommendation and it go into effect, our proposal is it wouldn't apply until the 2026 license year, meaning we would use the 2024 and 2025 CPI numbers. So all we can do is predict and guess what that would be. Going back to that national average, it's probably going to range between 2 and 3.5%. When you add that up, you're looking at a 4 to 7% increase. So that's just there for your reference. The price, the current price, the number we sold last year, a 7.1%. The proposed adjustment for each license or permit that we sell, and then what the proposed cost would be with a CPI factor. Nothing in this recommendation prevents the Commission from revisiting this topic, nor prevents further discussion on adjusting specific price points for a specific permit, license, or license bundle. This group did not look at those specific fees, but we look holistically of everything. We still believe that there are specific permits and fees that probably need to be adjusted based upon some of those standards that we talked about, but we felt that needed to come from the subject matter experts in more of an individual discussion. Then lastly, we plan to write the regulation if this were to be approved, where this would happen automatically. It would not need to be reviewed by the Commission nor the legislature should this be approved. So it's just an automatic thing where it applies every 2 years. And then, I guess I said lastly, but I do have one other thing that I would like to propose that's not here. In our final discussions yesterday, and some of the things we've talked about are providing clarity and making sure everything's in one place. We found 2 fees that were in regulation in other regs that we felt that needed to be in this regulation. So we would like to propose to modify 301 KAR 6070, the boat dealer regulation, to remove the fee for the boat dealer application and replace it into this regulation. And then finally, we'd like to propose to add a 3-day non-resident fur buyer's license to this regulation. It's one that we've sold for decades and it's not listed here, so those are really cleanup to put it in here, just to find where one of our users, if you have any questions about any fee, you can go to this reg and every fee that we have will be here and not spread across multiple chapters. So with that, I apologize for the lengthy discussion, but I wanted to make sure you were all as informed as you could be on this and to provide clarity to you. I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Gentlemen, you have any comments?
Permission to ask a question. And I agree. I mean, we're all hunters and license holders, and I understand there's a cost of doing business, and it's increasing year over year. And I look forward to further conversation on this. The question that I have is, you're looking at doing an adding of the 2 and not an average of the 2 years increasing, which, you know, at the start it doesn't sound like much, but you get that compounding effect over time. So that's something I think we would need to consider as a commission. At which point would we need to come back in and say, okay, now, you know, as you go year over year, if we're adding this biennium addition every 2 years and it's 4%, you've got an 8% increase every 2 years in your budget for your fees, then at some point it may get too high, and we may need to try to rein those things back down. So I guess what the caveat would need to be in there, that the Commission would have the authority to come back in and revisit these things.
You definitely have that and always have that. And I will say, and that's part of getting your update on the financials at the beginning of every meeting, where we are and what that looks like. So you see our income now. Yeah. If we feel it's overly burdensome or we're ahead of the game, I think that would be something we would want to propose. However, in our discussion, we talked about averages and like that, and that's what Dr. Clark kept telling us, is like, you're still falling behind. Yeah. And that's the effort, where this is not a money-making thing for us. It's trying to keep pace, because the cost for us to do business is the same for everybody else, to buy gravel, to put fuel in our trucks and things like that.
Yeah, the cost of business has increased dramatically, and I think the last 4 or 5 years has been such an anomaly, it's hard to look at those as your norm. I mean, I guess over the last 40 years, the CPI has averaged about 4% or less. So
yes.
if we know that going in. I like the fact that we're trying to set a process in place so we know what that number will be moving into the future. I just, like I said, the only concern would be you get a compounding effect over time that may need to be reined in. So.
Well, when you look at it, and that's why we provided the index to you, 7.1%, more than likely that it won't be that high when we apply this the first year. And you can see it's pennies to a few dollars depending on the license point that you're buying.
Last point I'll make, and I think it makes sense that, trying to find that exact framework for coming to that decision, and I think you've done a good job by having, experts weigh in on that calculation. I think most hunters and anglers are proud of the fact that our dollars are what fund this agency and the work that's being done for wildlife, and we don't depend on other resources, and we fund what happens, therefore we have a say in what happens, and you don't sometimes get into some of the political angles that may exist otherwise. So.
Commissioner Storm, did you have something?
So I would actually have several plug-ins, but I want to be as concise as I can be. This is really important, and I can think of a lot of the folks in this room. Looking there at Ronnie, he has seen us be reactionary throughout his life to license fees, and at times maybe we raise a fee by $10, $8, but it's totally reactionary. And so as we go to lunch or we go buy things, you don't really feel it until you look at until you look at your account at the end of the month. And so we're all spending a lot more money. So there's been a few big wins that we've taken in since I've been here. And first, would you all guess we have more people working here since 2019 or less? What would your guess be? What do you think?
I would guess less, but
less.
So we're up about 65 full-time jobs since I've been here.
Yeah.
Wow.
We're up 65 full-time jobs. Well, how in the world are we paying for that resource management? Two things. Pension reduction, the legislature has paid to lower that burden significantly on the agency. All the while, though, we have survived and weathered that through these mandates, the raises. I would anticipate raises for our employees by the General Assembly the next budget cycle. I think it's realistic. So again, reactionary. A CPI puts you all in blessing the future of this department rather than being reactionary. So without the pension reduction, we would probably be in a point right now we'd be in trouble. The other part is how could we be up jobs? Well, a lot of people bought guns and ammo at record rates. And so we have a lot of grant funded jobs in this agency. So that's part of it. So we're being responsible, but just remember our fees have stayed the same through all this inflation. And that's with the exception of non-resident licenses. And so for you guys to be set up for success, had there been CPI in place when you landed here, we'd be in a better position. Dr. Clark also recommended we do CPI annually, and this group came together and said for the fatigue of that we don't want to do that annually. So let's look at it semi-annually. And then to Commissioner Rhodes' point, you're always going to have the purview and authority this commission is over our fees. And so this keeps us from having a situation which has happened in recent years of furloughs and days off, and a lot of the things that have happened in this country are unprecedented in the last decade. So in my opinion, this is a possible way that you react to markets when you're almost in an impossible position. You look at a financial report and then all of a sudden you're in the red and we're going the other way. So kudos to our leadership here. This has taken a great deal of effort to get to this point. You all are going to get feedback over the next 3 months, but I can tell you from a funding position, when these mandates occurred, it necessarily put more burden on our license holders. And that's the bottom line. So thanks again, Gabe. I'm going to talk to each and every one of you before our March meeting, and we'll have conversations of, whether it's compromise, whether it's additional input. But thank you for letting me speak.
Yeah, just thinking about it, since I've been a license holder, just in different meetings talking about fee increases. Everybody, no, we don't want fee increases, right? I mean, they want to keep those as low as possible, understandably so. But I feel like using the CPI as the methodology to determine what that increase is going to be makes a lot of sense versus just trying to come up with some data and figure out a fee increase for a period of time. So I'm proud that you brought this to us, and I think that it's something that you put a lot of time into, and I think it was well thought out, and I think it can have a lot of positive impact as we move forward as Fish and Wildlife.
So when is this scheduled to take effect?
So if you pass this on today, that would be an action item in March, and then we would promulgate the regulation to where it's our anticipation it would be effective for 2026 for that license.
7%?
Well, no, not even. I mean, I can't even forecast that. I can guess, but we would use the 2024 and 2025 CPI numbers to apply that to the 2026 license fees. So that 7.1 is there just for you as a guide of what that could look like. Going back to the average, it would probably be anywhere between 4 and 7% if we had to guess. The 2024 number looks like it's going to be around 3. We'll have the final number here next month when we move into 25. So we'll feel a little bit better, and at least we'll know what 2024 looks like in March.
Yeah, just for the record, I think it needs to be stated, like for a sportsman license for a resident, if you use that 7.1% number figure to add on, sportsman license will go from $95 to $101.75. So, I mean, I think we all know the cost of business has gone up more than $6 in the last how many years it's been since this was adjusted.
I've got a couple of comments. First is, I thought it was most important that we keep our licenses and fees the same through the unprecedented inflation time that we just went through. We're through that now. The second is, if you're an old guy like me and you buy the lifetime senior license, you don't have to worry about an increase in price.
That's right.
Good comments. Anybody else? All right. So, any motion to move that to new business?
We move this on, we can adjust any of this if we need to.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't see a lot of people complaining about a small amount like that. I mean, 3%. I mean, like you said, compared to everything else around us right now, that's a pretty good deal still.
Okay.
So we're all licensed holders too. I mean, if voting on this means we're voting for what we love and hold dear too. So.
All right. So we'll move that on to new business.
Good job.
All right. So the next thing that we have on the agenda, we have Kevin Kelly, the director of I&E, and Rachel Kroom. They're going to talk to us about establishing a free annual shooting range permit for holders of a valid Kentucky annual hunting or fishing license, as well as a paid annual permit and a paid one-day permit for shooting range use on any Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources managed, leased, or affiliated shooting ranges.
Thank you. It's good to be back here. With relation to this proposal, I will say I'll take a minute just to thank, since this was introduced as new business, our work group has been hard at work, held several meetings, and this is quite a bit more in depth than when we introduced this as new business as a result of those, but it's been working with multiple divisions from wildlife to engineering, obviously, excuse me, I&E staff. I would like to give a special shout out to Brent McCarty, our shooting range access coordinator, who is probably watching today, but he has been instrumental in keeping us on point and getting ready for this meeting today and presenting this updated proposal to you for your consideration. So thank you, Rachel, also for being here today. So our proposal, it would amend several different regulations, 301 KAR 3015, to require a shooting range permit for shooters ages 16 and older on any department-managed, lease, or affiliated shooting range. Amend 301 KAR 5022 to establish a free annual shooting range permit for holders of a valid Kentucky annual hunting or fishing license. It would establish an annual shooting range permit for $25, establish a one-day shooting range permit for $5. The pricing on the annual permit is strategic. An annual fishing license is $23, an annual hunting license is $27. So either for a couple dollars less, you would get the shooting range permit with your fishing license. For a couple dollars more, you would get the shooting range permit with your annual hunting license. So next, we would propose amending 301 KAR 3010, public use of wildlife management areas, to require groups or clubs with valid WMA use permits that hold events on shooting ranges to merely maintain a sign-in sheet for event participants and regularly submit this information to the department. And lastly, amend 301 KAR 4100 and 301 KAR 3012 for conformity. Those are regulations regarding Otter Creek and Peabody. So our group discussed, Otter Creek already charges a special activity fee of $7. Peabody user permit is $15. We propose exempting individuals who are paying those fees to access those areas from being required to purchase the shooting range permit. So that way they're not being charged twice for accessing those areas. So be happy to entertain any questions. Yes, sir.
Yes, I get asked often, why don't we have a shooting range there in Madison County? And we have the rifle range with the buffers and cylinders you have to shoot through. Mm-hmm. And but we don't have a pistol range. And people want to know where they could go and shoot their pistols. Do we have some kind of list where I can guide these people in the right direction?
Absolutely. We, again, Mr. McCarty has been instrumental in development of an interactive map that's on the website that lists essentially every shooting range that we know of in the state, public, operated by clubs. The department does have 2 pistol pits, one at Kleber WMA in Owen County, the other at Otter Creek. So I can get you that information as to where that individual can go to look for them.
Those are the closest ones to us right now?
That are owned or managed by the department that I'm aware of. Yep.
Okay. Does that seem kind of slim? I mean, for a state this size?
Well, we would hope with this permit, so there are a couple, if I can go off on a little bit of a tangent, but it relates to your question. With this permit, the genesis of the idea was to increase safety at our ranges. We had observed some unsafe use, especially at the 2 ranges. So the I&E division looked for ways to how we could address that. So we would want every individual who gets the shooting range permit to acknowledge or check a box when they're getting that permit that they will read and abide by the safety rules of the range, which are posted at every range. Second to that, the information that we are able to gather, and feel free to chime in, the information we would be able to gather from selling this permit or from maintaining a sign-in sheet at club events will help inform the agency's strategy toward developing other shooting ranges down the road. Where's the demand the greatest? What do people want? So if we see that the demand for pistol ranges is greatest, we could then consider, okay, we know Madison County has a need for this, so how do we get there? How, as a department, strategize toward developing a shooting range that meets the needs of the residents or the people in that area. So that's part of it. If that's a long-winded answer, I hope it answers your question.
Point of inquiry we had from one of the presidents of the Shooting Club's Wildlife Management Area, and I think you may have spoken to this, I'm not sure, but says that that they feel that the clubs and shooters should be exempt from shooting range permit on the dates that WMA user permit states that the club will be shooting. That is actually in effect, correct?
Yes, that's part of what we kind of fleshed out from a new business item to now. We don't want to. We don't want the clubs to feel penalized or to penalize the clubs.
Okay.
We feel like they're holding an event that is safe. They have experienced shooters. If there are less experienced shooters, they'll be able to step in.
Thank you.
Sir, what was some of the unsafe acts you've seen at the tube ranges?
So some of the acts that we have seen are people shooting outside of the tubes, so going to one side or the other of the range and not shooting through the tubes. The tubes are there to prevent any accidents. They're very effective. It's not a very good experience though for the user of that range. It can be loud. It's sight can be kind of limited. So we are, with engineering, taking steps to retrofit tube ranges going forward, so they're not, it'll cut down on some of that behavior that we saw. People going, shooting to the sides, actually going onto the range itself and shooting in unsafe directions. So those are things that, as an I&E division, from a communication standpoint, we can try to address. We think this range permit will help and have a dual benefit of giving us or affording us information that can help the department determine where we want to develop ranges in the future.
And I think I remember from the last conversation we had around this is that shooting sports is the fastest growing sport in wildlife arena.
Absolutely, and the increase in our federal dollars definitely came from handguns and ammunition sales too. So we want to make sure that we're providing education and opportunities for those new gun owners.
Yeah,
absolutely. Doesn't do us any good to have them just sitting in a safe at home.
Right.
So.
Commissioner Storm, do you have something?
Just quickly, so Veterans Shooting Range in Georgetown, we're currently in construction. It's going to be a first-class facility. It's near the interstate, so there's a lot of noise, so it's really a perfect storm of site, facility, location. But believe this or not, there's a growing angst and anxiety toward shooting, and especially handguns, and identifying those locations. So indoor is ideal, but I have laid out a plan, and I've been pushing I&E pretty hard to develop the possibility of having an indoor shooting range for pistols here on campus. And I think that is a possible scenario. Could be something that we could have 90-10 funds on, which is outstanding, and the 10% I'd like to ask the General Assembly to pay for. And we have that's a very possible scenario that we could pull that off. So we are working on that behind the scenes, but also keep in mind you have to have a lot of things aligned for a shooting range, and just, if nothing else, noise. It's a big factor.
So the outdoor range is going to be in Georgetown. This is outdoors, right?
It is.
In Georgetown?
It is.
What you want to do here is an indoor.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Good deal.
One thing I would just like to mention, and I appreciate you guys adding the WMA use permit event people. I know we had limited discussion during the new business last time I brought that up. One thing though is this definitely is towards like shooting sports, and I feel like there's lots of other people that are accessing our WMAs or other manager lease lands that potentially might not be license holders. And so I don't really feel like this is penalizing anybody, but I just feel like we should really look at, as we talk about inflation and the economy and trying to keep up with the times and making sure we have the revenue required to provide the resources and to have the staff that we need. What can we do to have those people that have access to use those lands but aren't contributing in any way, such as having a license or paying some type of a fee. So it's more holistic. I'm not trying to stop this or anything. I think this needs to continue to move forward, but I just want us to think about that, because I know that there's other groups out there that could potentially just be like bird watching or looking at butterflies, or I think there's a lot of geocaching that happens on, our WMAs. Found a couple of those turkey hunting on accident. I wasn't even trying to geocache. So I think I put a shotgun shell in there or something like that. But what I'm getting at is I just feel like there are large groups that are using these areas that we have. And, I think that the sportsmen are the ones that are paying for those areas. And I think that we need to make sure that those people have some type of a fee or permit or something that they have to use the land as well.
Yeah, because when we go out on a Sunday afternoon to go to the range, it's already 500 people there. And it's just too unorganized. Too many guns, too many people. And I can understand some safety issues there. And a long wait on top of that to be able to get up there.
I don't remember the numbers, but another driving factor here, and Brian, you may have this in your mind, but a growing number and the largest segment of shooting range users were non-licensed holders. So that has a great deal to do with this. So they're taking our license holder spot out there and not contributing to the cause.
Pick up all your brass too on top of that. Yeah.
Any other discussion, gentlemen? All right. Well, then we'll move that on to new business or to an action item.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hope we can get that done, Rich. I'd like to see that. I really would.
All right, the next thing on our agenda is from Commission Member Mead, and this is about the black bass. Commissioner Mead.
If we allow Jason Kenner to come up, Chris Ferguson, and Ronnie, come on up. You might be able to throw in some quail stalking questions or something. Come on.
Do you guys have a copy of this? Could I provide you guys a couple copies of this? Is that okay? It's just some graphics from some of the stuff that we've done. So I just wanted to start and thank you for your time, for allowing little people like me to participate in this process. Sincerely appreciate that. I think one thing, I started on a passion project 3 years ago alongside Chris Ferguson, Tim McDonald, who's no longer with us, and some other gentlemen in our community, and we just want to improve our lake. What can we do in Eastern Kentucky to change circumstances, to anything that we could possibly do to improve opportunities going forward? And one of the things that you often hear us say is leave it better than you found it. I'm a high school teacher by trade. I'm an athletic director. I'm inspired by the movement for high school fishing in this state. I watched it flourish. We had a kid from Martin County, Kentucky that fished in the Bassmaster Classic last year. That's incredible. And I think, in this room, the things that you guys have done to increase opportunities, to sustain opportunities, it's incredible. That work does not go unnoticed. When you look at, Paintsville Lake and oftentimes in Eastern Kentucky, sometimes we're forgotten about. We're a small community with a small 1,000 acre lake that was impounded in 1979. 3 years ago, we worked through our local judge executive and all of our elected officials, and Mark McKenzie facilitated a meeting with Commissioner Storm, Mr. Dreves, and we talked about these issues. What can we do going forward? One of the first things they told us was that we need to look at habitat. We had an aging reservoir, and I think that's something that's going on across the state. And we went in and we put all hands on deck. I know we did our first habitat project about 2.5 years ago. Chris Ferguson showed up with all of his heavy equipment from Ferguson Excavating, and Mr. Dreves was there. I think Jeff Ross was there. It was an incredible success. We've done this for 3 years now with Habitat. This year we've received a large reservoir grant for about $22,000 for the concrete structures that I think were pioneered by this department. We've also, I guess, been innovative in the sense we started out with the Shelbyville cubes, the plastic cubes, just because of the longevity there, as opposed to wood structures. We started out initially, we built the teepee-looking, I guess, triangles out of the pallets. And Joseph Zimmerman showed up with a truckload of cedar trees, and we made some awesome habitat there. This year we've kind of evolved. The start of the year we got a small reservoir grant through Friends of Reservoirs, and the small reservoir grant we used to construct what Jason Russell, I need to give him a ton of credit. I'm sorry I left him out. Jason Russell has been just phenomenal. I couldn't say, if every state, or if every district in this state has a biologist like Jason Russell, we're in good hands. But Jason has worked with us, and cost is always a determining factor. The Shelbyville cubes were kind of big, they're hard to fool with, and they took a while to build. We've moved on now with our experience to what we're kind of calling a stump structure. It's a concrete block with multiple pieces of corrugated pipe that pop out of it, and we put several hundred of those out this year. We also constructed those with high school kids. This year, working through Jason Russell, we've got an incredible movement out of the Army Corps of Engineers in Paintsville Lake. We took a group of high school kids, high school anglers out this summer. Jason Russell and his team, Mark Carlos, I think Emily, I apologize for forgetting her last name. We went out and cut trees all over the lake to improve habitat. Our goal 3 years ago was to put 500 pieces of structure into Paintsville Lake. We've exceeded that. Also, over the last 2 years, we've worked with Paintsville Tourism to stock over 100,000 threadfin shad at a cost of $30,000 to our community. Paintsville Tourism footed that bill. A lot of the habitat work we've secured through donations and grant work. It's been incredible. I can't tell you how proud of my community I am. I can't tell you how proud of our elected officials and their willingness and desire not only to listen to a bunch of anglers and our crazy ideas related to genetics and other things, but to help us, to push this along. And I think if you start back 3 years ago, we didn't want to change anything. We didn't want to harm our lake. If you look at Paintsville Lake, my grandfather had the first houseboat on Paintsville Lake. It's a beautiful lake. It's one of the prettiest lakes you'll find in the state. We didn't want to do anything to potentially harm that lake. So we started with science. We brought a guy in. We partnered with Stephen Barden out of Major League Fishing. And Stephen Barden, he's a very well-known biologist across the country. And we wanted to sample our fish in our lake. It had been a minute since there had been up-to-date DNA studies. And we just want to know what was in there because we felt like we had to know that before we could go forward trying to improve genetics. As you guys know, largemouth bass are the most sought-after game fish in North America. Guys like me, Chris, and others, we spend way too much money running around this country trying to catch, 8 or 10 pound bass. And our, I guess, foundational idea was, what is a lake that could annually produce a 10-pound bass worth to a rural area like Paintsville, Kentucky? If you spent $100,000 on a fish that is genetically superior to the fish that are currently swimming in our lake, we believe that long-term you're probably talking about $10, $15, $20 million that anglers would spend to pursue those fish. And going back to the kids side of this argument, because I'm a kids advocate if I'm anything. And I see these young kids that, we talk about cost. It's been one of the underlying thoughts this entire meeting of every discussion is cost. And I look at that kid in Eastern Kentucky who maybe doesn't have the opportunity to take off and go to Tennessee or Alabama or somewhere to fish. And I just feel like if there's something we can do to improve our situation to give that kid those same opportunities in Kentucky, that I want to be a part of that, whatever I can do. And I think that's the one thing that this group, our group has shown from the word go. There's a lot of people out there that express their opinions these days. Talk is cheap, words are free. We're action oriented. From the word go, we've stepped up to the plate. Anything that Mr. Dreves, Mr. Ross, we've developed a great relationship with Adam Martin, phenomenal guy. His thoroughbred, he's the one that presented it, so I apologize for calling it his. The Thoroughbred Bass Program is something we fully support. That is awesome. You guys we're moving to the front of the line in Kentucky when it comes to genetic research in largemouth bass. Phenomenal work. Please continue to do that stuff. However, oftentimes in these situations, cost is the determining factor long term. You guys heard today, initially it was $40,000 for the DNA, now it's $100,000. $100,000 would buy a lot of F1 bass, and we could have them up here next week. So I think one of the things that we need to look at is costs versus the two programs, and also turnaround time. Like I said, we could call and have F1s sent up here next week. I'm not a biologist. I've got a couple master's degrees, but I am by no means an expert in that field, so I'm not going to touch that. That's for somebody else. But I think when you look at a community effort that's done these things, we started with a DNA study, we did the habitat, we stocked the threadfin shad, we've tried to address every environmental factor that is allowable in our situation. And I think in this state, you need partnerships like us. The strength you can see in these slides, the things that have been done, they're on that second page. I've got Mr. Chris Ferguson sitting here today. He runs the largest kids fishing tournament in America in Paintsville, Kentucky on Paintsville Lake. And I'm not going to steal his thunder. He's done some awesome things, and he's going to talk about that in just a second. And the handicap boardwalk, we'll let him talk about that. But there's about $300,000 that's gone into our lake over the past few years to improve opportunities through habitat, the handicap boardwalk, and all that. And I think it's a good time for me to hush and let you talk about casting for kids.
Thank you, Jason. I think you're doing a good job. I want to thank everybody that's here today that will take a second to listen to us and hear our heart and our passion. I think the biggest thing out of Eastern Kentucky you can say we are is probably the heart lives there, and passion lives there too a lot. I say that with Casting for Kids, being the chairman, being a dad that his daughter got him stirred up 11 years ago to come up with Casting for Kids. I'm a co-founder, she's a founder. She's an 18-year Shriner's patient. That's how we got here with Casting for Kids. It's an American miracle story of what it is about Casting for Kids that drove a dad to give back. This year alone, we had 1,172 kids come and fish Casting for Kids, Paintsville Lake. Last year, we had 1,200 kids. The passion is just off the charts of how do we give back. What do we do to move these kids and give them the best opportunity? I would like to give a big shout out also to Jason Russell back here sitting that has really worked hard with Mr. Greaves. Commend these guys and all of you that's sitting here that's helped stock hinge cuts in our lake, put the structures in front of the boardwalk, this Casting for Kids boardwalk, trying to help us get something to where these kids has got it better tomorrow than what we do today. Being a tournament director of right at 1,200 kids I'm dealing with, and that's a lot. That's a handful. I've got an army, and I'm very blessed to have an army of people. I'm going to say I've got about 100 that helps me with Casting for Kids. I call Casting with Kids that we do with the kids tournament. And, you can't do it by yourself. You got to have a lot of people, but, we're growing and we're doing things, helping Paintsville Lake, but there's so much attention on Paintsville Lake. I think Paintsville Lake deserves this opportunity to get it stocked with a proven product that's out there. We all know deep down in our hearts, as a professional angler, I've been for many years. I fished MLF, Bassmaster. I've cashed several checks. I've been fortunate to be able to do it, blessed. But we all know deep down, and we know people that has got these fish from years ago that's put them in their ponds. They didn't know anything any different, and they grew good in Kentucky. It's just being honest about it. Over years, nobody knew about it. They're here. They live here. We know they'll make it. But I would like to say that I think together we can do, a real good successful thing here by putting these fish, in Paintsville Lake and having a place to start it. Paintsville Lake needs the help. It needs to grow. It's got so much attention with our kids tournament and with anglers coming also to fish it on an adult side we put on. I think that, we have the opportunity to maximize tourism coming into Eastern Kentucky, and then that would grow into Central and Western Kentucky, who we love, Kentucky Lake Barkley and Lake Cumberland especially, but I think it would grow and boom Kentucky. As an angler looking into this thing and an economy, I think you've got it sitting on a gold mine that's going to create more tourism like you've never seen that's going to come in these mountains and the central part of the state in Western Kentucky. I think you're going to boom it off the charts. I deal with a lot of anglers. This year I fished 320 anglers through Casting for Kids adult side. I hear all these guys tell me, please don't go to Paintsville Lake because we don't want to fish the championship day there because it's tough. And it's tough. But not only the anglers are saying that, we have kids that's in high school, we got kids in college dodging to come there. Why should we have kids not want to come to our lakes? We need to do better. We can do better. If I can take, along with this army around me, and get the biggest kids tournament in the United States of America, I know this group in this building today can create a better tomorrow with kids being able to weigh in a 5-fish limit, which is very hard to do, and catch and have a shot at 7, 8 pound, 9 pound fish. We can run down both roads at the same time, like what I've done here with the army that's been around me. I want to thank everybody here that's helped with the Casting for Kids boardwalk. That boardwalk is been the most instrumental, touching thing that I've been blessed to be a part of. And I wrote it down on a napkin. Dewey Bocook Engineering took the idea that I threw at him, and we come together as a whole community, and the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife, the state. We had a lot of Governor Brashear, hats off to him for giving us the money for the boardwalk. But if you take a moment and you got a weekend, please come to Paintsville Lake and look at the boardwalk. There's two things that's going on there. You have a kid that is disabled that doesn't have the opportunity to walk over riprap or get down there. That's going to have that time to fish at that boardwalk. The second thing is a well-deserved Army veteran that's going to get to go down there and feel what we take for granted to fish down next to that water, a foot off of the water, and he's going to be able to cast, or she's going to be able to cast. I would love, on another side note, to have the dream someday that every lake in the state of Kentucky would have a boardwalk in it. That's my dream. I would like to have every disabled child feel what we feel to go down there and make that cast, what we take for granted every day. And that's the passion I have about casting for kids. I will tell you, in 10 years, we have raised over $500,000 going to the Shriners Hospital. That's the other side of this thing going on. Tomorrow morning, I will be at the Lexington Shriners Hospital. We will give a $90,000 check directly to the Shriners Hospital due to Casting for Kids campaign in 2024. And also, we paid $24,000 with the help of all of our sponsors to put on the biggest kids tournament in this country. We spent $24,900. They come in and fished our kids tournament. So we have the momentum, we have the heart, we have the passion. I just love to see us all come together and make our lakes better, and Paintsville Lake being one. Let's start it there, and let's do something good. And I'd like to give a shout out to Commissioner Storm for all he's done to help, and passion about our boardwalk and where we're at today, and the Casting for Kids. I know we appreciate what's going on, and I really thank everybody that's a part of it. So that's all I got to say. Thank you all. God bless. Appreciate this day and opportunity.
Sir, I just want to speak to Chris. I gave him a call one afternoon, and I asked him to partner up with us on a project, and he didn't even ask what it was, but that he was willing to help us. And so I do appreciate that, and I think we've got some private donors that would like to make that happen, and then with your equipment. But that's a different subject. But thank you for what you do for Casting for Kids. It is a big deal, and we're grateful as an agency that we've got volunteers and spokespeople like you that care about it, and there's no doubt about that. And again, thank you.
Well, you're more than welcome, and thank you, Commissioner. And like I said, we all do this volunteer, Casting for Kids. None of us take a dime. It's a nonprofit organization, and we all just donate and give to it. And all those 100 people's behind me working is the real heroes to it, because they have the heart and the passion. And I'm just one guy that's a quarterback of a good football team. I tell everybody, but we're very blessed, we're humbled, and I just want to thank this department for all they've done supporting Casting for Kids, and hopefully we can continue putting Paintsville Lake more on the map. Thank you all.
Sir, I'm impressed by what you've accomplished so far to get to this point, and giving a check to the Shriners Hospital is wow, that's super. And what you've done is pretty phenomenal. Because I was a kid once, and I go bad fish with my dad, and I caught my first 7-pound bass. That's what got me hooked.
Yeah.
I never looked back after that. You know, throwing a big man's 12-inch purple worm, jelly worm, man's jelly worm. And yeah, I've been hooked ever since.
The thing that I wish that everybody, that Friday night, June the 6th and 7th of 2025, I started this year, and it's called an Evening to Shine. And if you want to really see what it's like to step aside and see how each one of us are blessed and take for granted going fishing or just an everyday life, my Evening to Shine that I put on Friday night, of all wheelchair, disability, crutches kids that come, due to that boardwalk, they can go down there and fish a tournament and feel what we feel like. It's a blessing.
And weigh in.
I put them on this big 48-foot wrap tournament stage, and they all come with smiles and feel like they're on top of the world. And I make them feel like they're Kevin Van Dam that evening, because it's their time to shine. And if we work harder to do more stuff in each of our communities, that's where it's at, and giving them that opportunity to catch a fish and make our lakes better to where they can go down there and catch a quick bluegill and bass. I mean, we're gaining on it and we're doing good. It's just, we need it quicker and we need to go. We need to hit the gas. But it's a true blessing what's going on with this, and the good Lord is just driving this bus. I just talked to you. So.
Jason, you're telling you Anglers for Opportunities.
Yes, sir.
That's your organization.
Yes, sir. So Anglers for Improving Opportunities is my passion project. I should never say me. This is a us deal, and I started 3 years ago. It's a nonprofit, and pretty much we work with Jason Russell to write grants with Friends of Reservoirs and other organizations to try to just organize money. Like I said, we've got the $30,000 that we've gotten from tourism the last 2 years. I went, and advocated for that money and secured those funds. And I think we can continue those funds also going forward. Like, no matter what happens going forward, I think our threadfin shad, we'd set out originally to go 5 years. Mm-hmm. So I think we can continue to go with that threadfin shad, as long as the department allows us to do so. But, we think with that, and obviously we're not going to give up on habitat. We've come too far, right? Why stop now? So, if we can continue our momentum with our habitat, we're wanting to involve more high school anglers, just love getting these guys involved, trying to teach these guys to be servant leaders. So just getting them involved in these types of projects. I can't tell you how much fun Russell can. These kids had, going out on the boats and tying off trees and all that stuff this summer. But, one of the things that people don't understand, I guess, is the outreach. And that's probably where maybe I've been a little aggravation, for this group. But at the same time, these discussions often change the trajectory of what something can be. And I'll give you an example. My kids play high school basketball. Like I said, I'm an athletic director. A couple nights ago, the referee comes up to the site and he's like, "Hey, Kenner, you gonna get those F1s done?" Talking about genetics with largemouth bass. I have high school kids that come up to me in a high school talking about genetics with largemouth bass. Look, that's fine if we disagree. However, if we're having those discussions and we got high school kids talking about genetics with largemouth bass, how's that? That's not a loss for anyone. Yeah. These kids are interested in science because of this subject. And if you look at what's happening in Texas and Florida and these other states, I'm so glad that you guys have taken the initiative to get out front with those states. Because I think the work that you're doing now, 10, 15, 20 years down the road with these F1s and a thoroughbred bass program, I think you're talking about, it's hard to say how many millions of dollars will be spent in this state chasing those fish. So, I hope that we continue, heads down and follow through and finish all these things that we've started.
Ronnie, introduce yourself to the commission here.
I'm Ronnie Wells. I'm the board chairman of the Kentucky Grouse Hunters Association, past president of the league, and several other organizations. And I only want to say 2 or 3 things. You see the passion, whole community. Shriners, mayor, judge, kids. You can help out every one of those with a yes or a no. And it's all up to you because they've got everybody else.
Did you have anything else, Commissioner May?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, your passion is, off the charts. You can see that jumping off the screen, if you will. And you're not even on the screen for me, but you're in person. And I'm 99% supportive for everything you're talking about, economic, kids and everything. The only concern that I have is the genetic lineage.
Yes, sir.
With bringing in this species and what it's going to mean long term. So you all have met with the biologists and talked to. What is some of the unintended consequences that occur from this?
Yes, sir. I want to make one point first. One of the greatest restoration efforts this state and this department has ever taken part of is elk restoration in Kentucky.
Yeah.
Those elk were not native to Kentucky. They went out the western states. We got those elk. We brought those back. My 90-year-old grandmother goes up to the airport in Martin County, drives around and sees those elk. Awesome. Right. So I think with turkeys, striped bass, there's so many other species that we've brought in that have been successful. One thing I want to back up to, we started with DNA. We did our own DNA through Major League Fishing. We did swabs, had a scientist come down, had 120 anglers participate in that. So we started with the science. our data is different than what the state followed our sample up with 100 fish sampled out of Paintsville Lake. You know, and again, if you're sampling 100 fish out of, let's say, 10, 20,000 fish in the population, we're making assumptions, you know, based on those percentages. They found 2 fish in Paintsville Lake that had 21% Florida genetics. You know, I don't know how they got here. Nobody knows how they got here. We all theorize guys go to Alabama, they catch fish, they bring them back. We wish they'd stop doing that because of the Alabama's bass stuff that's going on in the southern states. So I guess what we're advocating for is a proactive approach versus a reactive approach. You guys know in dealing with the Asian carp, the reactive approach is much more expensive. You're talking about billions of dollars as opposed to millions of dollars with a proactive approach. Also, you know, harvest is one of the #1 issues that's plaguing our lakes. You guys know, I think it was Benji Kimma, maybe you guys just moved 8,000 fish or something out of, you know, and Paintsville Lake's been there. We've advocated and we've used the outreach on our page to constantly promote harvest. You know, you could go 2 years ago and you could catch nothing but 12-inch bass. If you go out there right now, because of the way that, and I think we have the right people involved, so people listen, you know, you can't catch very many 12 to 13.5-inch bass. And I'm nothing or nobody, but I'll give you an example. 2 years ago, we won Kentucky Team Trail, me and my buddy. We had 14 pounds. This year we had 19 pounds after 2 years of stock and thread. There's a difference in that lake, sir.
Sure.
There's an absolute difference. So I think when you look at, you know, the science that we've been through, and again, I'm not a biologist, you know, what we were told initially is that we had a pure northern strain population. We found out that maybe we didn't, and I think that needs further investigation and continued investigation because somebody's bringing fish in. And you know, we found that Florida genetics had been introduced here sometime before. There's even data from this department from 2001, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, where they did a DNA study. That was the previous one by the department to the one that was done last year. And they even found Florida strain genetics in brood stocks in the Minor Clark fish hatchery. So there's something going on here behind the scenes that's been going on for a while. I'm glad we're finally monitoring, you know, so that we know and that we can keep up and potentially adjust, you know, going forward. But I'll be honest with you, if there's 2 fish, and this is just Jason Kenner's opinion, if there's 2 fish swimming around out there that are 21% genetics, let's say we have 10,000 fish, we'll call that 2%, you know, based on the 100 fish sample. So we're gonna say there's 200 fish potentially that have 21% Florida genetics. I'm gonna bet that there's some that have more than an F1. An F1 would be 50% northern, 50% Florida. I'm gonna bet that if you went and sampled 1,000 fish, you're probably gonna sample some fish that are closer to exactly what we're trying to put in.
Right. And I want to say, you know, I'm 99% supportive, but I have to always follow science
Absolutely.
and evidence, and I think you all understand this, that the department hires, you know, educated, trained, and credentialed biologists, and we have to listen to them on the flip side of this conversation too. So I think they deserve that as well. But you know, I can't thank you enough for being here and presenting and exhibiting the passion. And I went to school down in southeastern Kentucky, so I know what it's all about, and I really appreciate it.
I have some comments as well. So first of all, I concur. You know, I think that all of the habitat work that you're doing, the boardwalk, the stuff that you're doing for Casting for Kids, I think all that's phenomenal. You guys should be recommended for that. The science is where I'm at with it as well. You know, we've got Dave Drees, who, Dave, I'll let you speak here in a minute. But, you know, we've got programs in place and things in place already that are trying to help with the size of the fish and things of that nature to fish that are already, you know, supposed to be in this area. You know, you mentioned too about large fish in the eastern part of the state. I do believe that the state record largemouth bass is caught in the eastern, the High Splint Lake or something over there. So I think there is already opportunities for them to catch large fish on the eastern part of the state. I don't want to not allow you guys to have additional funding or good tournaments or things of that nature. I think that'd be awesome, and you know, I hope that you guys have a lot of success with that. The whole problem that I have with it is just, you know, the people that we have in the job that are doing the job that we're paying them to do, and that, you know, they went to school for and they understand the science behind it, aren't making that recommendation to us, and so that's difficult for me to do that. And then you look at the species too. You say, "Oh, black bass is black bass," and then you can break down the different genomes behind it, and then it could even be a way where you could look at that as being an invasive. And in my opening comments today, I kind of mentioned stuff about, you know, invasive species and wanting to do stuff to take it. So in no way, shape, or form am I trying to, you know, deny what you guys are trying to do, which is to create a great fishery. And I think with the money that you've put into stocking some forage fish to allow those fish to have a better food source is definitely going to give them the opportunity to grow to a larger size. But just the ideology behind, well, if we take this F1 bass because they've done good in some people's farm ponds and now it's going to do good in a reservoir system, I think it takes more thought than that. More thought than just, let's move the fish in there. When Commissioner Meade brought this in us to have it on the agenda, I allowed that because I don't want to stifle any voice from any part of the state with anything that they're working on. I've not been in that community a lot. I've been there for helping on some elk hunts and some things of that nature, and I did some work over there for a last job that I had, but I never had the opportunity to fish Paintsville Lake. But based on what you guys are saying here today, I'm definitely going to make that a destination that I hit this year.
That's good.
So I just hope that you understand my standpoint on it is really just based on the science, and I just don't feel like the F1 bass is something that we need to put into one of our lakes until we can scientifically prove that it's not going to cause any reverse effects. And to your own accord, you mentioned that fixing something afterwards costs a lot more money than it does to catch it on the front side. I think we could be looking at that situation in the same way here.
So,
and that's just my opinion on the matter.
One thing I wanted to add, I attended the Black Bass Summit, again, great work by this department to have host that this summer and invite, people like me down who, don't have a degree to have these discussions. We were on a Zoom call with the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency, where we asked some of those direct questions. Outbreeding depression is the term that we were presented with early on. And we asked the Tennessee Wildlife Resources, I'm assuming it's recorded, whether or not outbreeding depression was a concern. They said no. They said that in Chickamauga, those offspring of these Florida strain stockings are performing at least as well as the native fish that were in those lakes. And I think, when you look at, again, not a biologist speaking here, outbreeding depression would be reduced ability to reproduce, right? And basically, I guess, genetic deficiencies long term, all right? You're not seeing any of that in Chickamauga. They started that project in 2000. I'm still going to Chick. I caught a 7 and 8 pounder the same day at Chick 2 years ago. I'll go to Chick for the rest of my life and I'll throw that frog for weeks, for months. You know what I mean? If I don't catch a fish, just because I'm chasing that. If you look at Paintsville Lake this fall, there were some incredible fish that have been caught, 7, 8 pound fish. All we're saying is that last little bit, that double-digit largemouth, if genetics made that last little difference and we had that 10-pound fish that our lake maybe produced annually, how much money would people spend chasing those fish?
No, I understand what you're saying, 100%. And I feel like again, my opinion, but if we allow people that we have in place to do the job that they're doing, I mean, he mentioned to us about the thoroughbred program. I'll call on you guys. The thoroughbred program, that we're doing with our own native species up here. There's a big difference between the location of Paintsville Lake and Chickamauga.
Absolutely.
And you mentioned, Florida and Texas and those places. I mean, obviously, everybody understands the climate and the difference in location, and so I think all that has to come into effect. I don't have any type of a background in science or biology, but when I sit on this board, I definitely need to listen to those people that are making those decisions, and that are helping us make those decisions, I should say.
We had just the opposite with the Lake Erie walleye. When this department transferred them to Kentucky, Paintsville Lake's full of Lake Erie walleye, and they've done great. So it's just the opposite of cold to air climate or warm to air climate. And if you don't try it, you're never going to know. It's that simple.
Yeah, I agree with that to an extent, and I feel like we have an opportunity to find out already based on our southern state, Tennessee, and lakes and reservoirs that we share with them already. So Tennessee already stocks the F1 bass in their portion of Kentucky Lake.
Right.
So that's something that that's already happened that we can't not control.
Yes, sir.
But because that is happening, we also have the benefit of potentially studying that with them in a lake that's in our area and our climate range. So, Jerry and then Chuck.
Yes.
I apologize. Commissioner Farrell and then Commissioner Meade.
Anything that we can do to help the disabled children and young kids to get them outdoors and get them fishing again, it's going to have a positive effect on society as a whole. But the pros came here and they did a tournament, I think it's FLW pros. They came up here, they fished Taylorsville, they fished Harrington, and they fished one other small lake down here, and they said they'd never come back here again. Said the fish is terrible up here, and I didn't know what they were talking about till I went to Florida. When I went to Florida, right there in Disney World, they've got 10-pound bass right there in the daggone park that you can catch right there. I mean, so much fun down there, and it's, you know, you can't keep the fish. You don't want to keep them anyway. But the people just stop and talk to you and watch you catch these fish and things. It's just unbelievable the difference between Kentucky and that far south. So if a kid can have an opportunity to catch one of these fish, it's 10-pound bass, fish of a lifetime.
Fish of a lifetime. Yes, sir.
And I just know how important that is and how much it means to somebody. These fish, I don't know a whole lot about the F1s. Are they the hyper-aggressive bass?
Yes, they're supposed to be more aggressive and faster growing. That's what they sell them as.
Yeah. And see, that's what kids want to do when they go fishing. We want to catch something. We don't want to go out here and sit all day, Dad. We don't want to ride around the lake all day. We want to catch some fish.
That's right. Okay.
And so it's got to be, the fish has to be there in order for these kids to catch them.
Yes,
So
sir.
I think it's a pretty good idea from what I'm hearing right now.
Yes, sir.
And all the work that you guys have done to get to this point. So that's how I feel about it. I'm done.
Commissioner Meade?
I would like to say on record that I'm 100% for this, for the economic impact and the passion that they've had for Paintsville Lake. But we already have proven that there is Florida 1 genetics in Paintsville Lake. That is the key. They've been there for years, and there have been no significant reports of any kind of anything from that anybody has told me. And they have not just came to the department and asked for something that they haven't put a lot of study, a lot of research, and a lot of work into. And I am 100% supportive of the black bass in Kentucky, and we need to do that also, but we won't know if this will work or not if we don't do it. And this is a grounds down today program. The black bass is 2, 4, 5 years out, and I support that funding wholeheartedly. But for Eastern Kentucky, we've been neglected for a long time, and I'm going to say we had one of the greatest restoration programs in the history of the United States in Eastern Kentucky, from the fella who sat right here in this seat named Doug Hensley. And he fought for the reintroduction of elk against a lot of recommendations from the department against it, said it wouldn't work. So I'm saying that it takes leadership, and it takes bold leadership to stand up and fight for something you believe in. And I believe in the F1s in Paintsville Lake, and I want y'all to know that.
Yes, sir. We appreciate
That's all I've got to say.
We just need your guys' help.
Anybody? Yeah.
I'm ready to, can I bring up, have Adam Martin here, our black bass expert?
Yeah.
Like to be able to
You
shed
gentlemen-
some light.
Yeah.
Thank you, fellas. Thank you, fellas. Thank you.
So I have Adam Martin here. Adam is our Western Fishery District Program Coordinator, and he's also leads our black bass and internal black bass management team. Adam is well read on the trophy issue, genetics. I rely on Adam to give me good sound advice on all these issues that have been discussed today, and I think he could do a really good job of explaining to you gentlemen why we have a passion to make every lake great for black bass. Not just Paintsville Lake, but Paintsville Lake is including in every lake in Kentucky. I'll push back strong on the neglected comment, because that is simply not true from a fishery standpoint. The same amount of resources in terms of the level of biologists, the level of technicians is equal across the state, and we stock far more fish in eastern Kentucky for various reasons, but there are more fish stocked in eastern Kentucky than there are in the rest of the state. So Adam can do a good job of explaining why that it's not that we don't want F1s because we don't want Paintsville to be good. We think Paintsville would be better with these trophy bass with the trophy markers and the selective harvest, far better than with F1s and far less costly than with F1s. I'll turn it over to you, Adam.
Thank you. And I agree with all that, and like many of you, I agree with 99% of everything they were saying about the opportunity that exists at Paintsville Lake to really build a community that makes that fishing better at that lake. However, I do disagree with the prospect that F1s could help with that goal. So if you listen to the hype coming out of certain fish hatcheries, F1s are basically a superfish. They're a hybrid between a largemouth bass and a Florida bass, a first generation hybrid. And if you believe the marketing, they have all of their strengths but none of their weaknesses. However, in my opinion, that is not necessarily the case. F1s have been around for 50 years. In that time, there are no successful long-term F1 stocking programs in any state in the union. That is because there are no short-term successful F1 stocking projects in any state. It has been tried lots and lots of times. It does not work. Many states are even reluctant to do so because of an inherent disadvantage with stocking the F1 versus its parental species, either the northern largemouth or the Florida bass. See, an F1 is not simply a 50-50 mix of Florida bass and largemouth bass. It is a first generation hybrid mix, meaning it gets one set of chromosomes from the Florida bass and one from the largemouth bass. That creates heterozygous loci throughout the genome, meaning they're exactly lined up and they're heterozygous. That only exists for the first generation. When you breed an F1 with any other bass, including another F1, it's no longer an F1. It no longer has that heterozygous loci, and it is no longer capable of that hybrid vigor that is sometimes observed in southern climates with F1. So in areas with less than 3,400 heating degree days, which is a measure for how severe the winter is, basically the number of days you need to turn your heat on, with less than 3,400 days, you do see advanced growth, larger sizes with the F1 bass. Not as much as the pure Florida bass, which is another reason why most states don't stock F1s, but you do see some. North of 3,400 heating degree days, I say north, could be any direction. South if you go far enough. There's a situation in South Africa where it splits. Works in one part of the country, not in the other part. But in our case, if you go too far north, they've been shown to have slower growth, lower survival, and reduced reproductive ability when mixed with the other species, the native largemouth. So those things are obviously negative and are the primary reason, I say primary, they're a primary reason why we'd be opposed to F1 experimentation in Kentucky, because those risks are very real and they're irreversible. Once you put the genes in, you can't get them out. So if you want to leave it better than you found it, you're going down a one-way road, which may be a dead end, and you can't back out. So that's one reason. But the primary reason why it hasn't worked in any other state, and still hasn't worked, has to do with that, again, that F1 generation losing its hybrid vigor after it breeds again. So it's really subject to what I call the contribution rate problem. So whenever biologists stock bass into a water body, we evaluate that. And we do that by tagging the fish that are stocked. So let's say you stock 1,000 bass in this year. Well, you would tag them, and then you go out the next year and you sample 100 random bass of that same age class, and you look for ones that have tags. Now, based on the percentage that have tags, that tells you, okay, in that year class of that we just stocked, let's say 95% of them are wild fish, 5% of them are stocked fish. We'd call that 5% the contribution rate. So that's what you typically get whenever you stock F1s or any bass. You get about a 5 to 10% contribution rate. So if you were to take Paintsville Lake, stock in 5,000 F1 bass, it's likely that you would get around a 5% contribution rate in that 1 year class. That's not 5% of the population, that's 5% of 1 year class. Now, to get 5% of the population, you would need to do so for every year class in the population, which is probably about 15 years consecutively. By doing so, you would get the total percentage of F1s in the population up to 5%. Of that 5%, half of those are male. They don't have the potential to get to large sizes. So you got half right off. Of the remaining 2.5%, it's very likely that most of those individuals don't have the individual genetics, the things, those trophy markers that we're looking for in our native species to reach that large size either. This is why it's often viewed as a poor strategy by other states, because it takes so much time and such high stocking numbers with F1s compared to pure Floridas. If you look at the success at Lake Chickamauga, they have been stocking pure Florida bass. The same thing in Kentucky Lake. They have not stocked F1s in any reservoir other than Boone Reservoir, which is a highland reservoir in East Tennessee. But those major reservoirs have been stocked with Florida bass. Their strategy is to stock Florida bass alongside the existing native largemouth and have it create F1s naturally within the system because they breed together. That gets you way more bang for your buck in terms of F1 production. The problem is that only works for about 15 years because you eventually run out of pure largemouth bass and you run out of your ability to make F1s. That's where Chickamauga is today. The catch rates of their large fish have declined since 2016. They're now at the point now where they're debating whether to try and stock F1s on top of it or to stock Florida bass and native largemouth together, which is an even worse strategy in my opinion. But if you look on TWRA's website, they actually ran the numbers on this way back when and found out, or they estimated, that they would need a 5 fish per acre stocking rate for Florida bass to get a positive effect and a 200 fish per acre stocking rate with F1 bass. That's why they don't stock F1s in large reservoirs. There are a couple states that are doing so, notably North Carolina and Virginia. They have ongoing projects. Most of them are about 3-4 years old, but one of them is 6 years old. They've seen no positive benefits so far based on their early results. And the reason they are allowing it in Virginia and North Carolina has to do with that cost benefit and risk analysis. So when we look at our native largemouth populations, they're about 95% pure largemouth, give or take. Some are 90-10, some a little bit more. When you look at populations in the lakes they're stocking in Virginia and North Carolina, they're about 50-50 in terms of Florida bass versus largemouth. Virginia doesn't even have native bass. All of those fish are stocked and were stocked many, many years ago. They don't have any native genetics to protect. It would be a similar situation with our elk herd, and I'm stepping a little bit out of my wheelhouse here, but our native elk were extirpated. There was no concern about breeding them with our native elk and causing problems, I assume. If there was a native elk, we would probably be involved in restoration of our native elk. But getting back to North Carolina and Virginia, their risk profile is completely different. They already have populations that are 50-50 or 60-40. In some cases, stocking F1s is actually going to reduce the percentage of Florida genetics in their populations. So they are attempting that, and maybe they will get some good results, and that's something we can monitor as an agency and see whether it's going to work. And, you know, we're limited in our state. We can't stock pure Florida bass. We don't have the climate for it. There's not an area in the state that's warmer than 3,400 heating degree days. Most of it is above 4,000. So we're limited in that regard. But the thoroughbred bass approach allows us to completely eliminate that variable. We can take fish from our local water bodies and engineer them in such a way and breed them so that they are the maximum genetic potential that they can be. So it has that major advantage. But even if Paintsville Lake were in Texas, F1s is still not a good strategy. Texas does not stock F1s in their lakes. Many private biologists that stock in farm ponds do not stock F1s because of that issue. You tend to have good fishing for 8 to 12 years, then they interbreed again, you don't have F1s anymore, you have to kill it out or restock. So it's great if you're a fish hatchery, it's not so great if you want sustainable trophy growth out of your bass. So even if our climate was totally different, it's still not a winning strategy in my opinion. Hey.
So it's the lineage, right? After a certain time, it's going to drop out. And I know all these lakes go in cycles, but so you feel like it's not going to be a successful thing here?
Correct. When you look at studies out of Texas, which has been the most successful Florida bass stocking program in the nation, in my opinion, They actually recently published a study where they looked at the genetic profile of over 8,000 fish that entered into their share lunker program, meaning it exceeded, I think their cutoff now is 7 pounds or something, but a trophy-sized bass. They had fin clips from all of those bass, and they looked at the genotypes of those bass to see, okay, is it a pure Florida? Was it an F1? Was it a pure largemouth? Or was it a range of whatever else is in between, 90-10, 75-25, whatever it happens to be. They looked at all of those fish. Very rarely was a fish that had less than 50% genetics of that size class. The F1s did have a higher potential, and the pure Floridas were more than twice as likely to reach that size than an F1. So the issue is, yeah, the F1 does have that hybrid vigor, but as soon as they breed, the very next generation, they're below 50% genetics, meaning they have no growth potential that's excessive. So the issue at Paintsville, you're stuck with that contribution rate of, say, 5% based on stocking. So your population is never going to have more than 5 to 10%. You could stock for 10,000 years, and it'll never be more than 5 to 10%, and it won't build towards anything. The increase in the Florida bass genetics in the population will get close to 50%, but never reach it and never exceed it. And Texas has found that it needs to exceed 50% to have that higher growth potential if it's not an F1. The reverse is true of the trophy marker approach. Every time we stock trophy markers into that lake, they stay in the population. The more we stock, the more there will be in that population, and you don't lose ground. F1s would need to be stocked continuously forever to get that 5 to 10% impact. Again, that's assuming they would even do better in this climate, which the best research says that they will not. Yeah.
I have a quick question. It's certainly been very uncommon. I can't remember ever seeing the kind of enthusiasm these gentlemen have for what they're trying to do here, which is obviously very positive. How quick could we get them thoroughbred bass to stock instead of F1s?
Obviously, thoroughbred bass would be, we'd use Paintsville Lake as a study lake.
Right. That's what I'm talking.
We're 1 year difference. I mean, if you stocked F1s, yes, you could stock them next year. We could potentially stock thoroughbred bass in 26.
Right.
If we find the markers like we think we're going to do, we're comparing to collect fish from the wild. How many fish we can get from the wild that are trophies is questionable. I'm sorry, that will have the trophy markers will be questionable. So, we will build up the hatchery capacity as we get enough brood fish that match the trophy panel. But theoretically, we could have progeny to stock from trophy brood fish in 26.
That seems to me to be the reasonable answer, and then we don't have to worry about introducing genetics that could be bad, because we're already introducing our own genetics. And everybody knows Kentucky genetics is is really good.
Top notch.
Thank you so much.
So did I hear you correctly when you said that they're not necessarily the Chickamauga Lake, which has been sort of the index lake everybody's talking about, they didn't actually stock F1s, they stocked Florida bass and they bred with the native bass to make F1s?
That's correct.
Okay.
They have not stocked F1s in Chickamauga. Again, it's something they're considering because they're getting diminishing returns from the strategy.
Because that lineage is getting watered down.
That's the flaw in it. They expanded that stocking to different reservoirs in the state 9 years ago, including Kentucky Lake, which is when I first got involved in learning about all this, because I'm opposed to them stocking in Kentucky Lake. Since, over that course of that 9 years, they've stocked about 2 million Florida bass into Kentucky Lake on the southern end. They don't have any evidence that it's of any benefit. Anecdotally, I don't know of any tournaments being won down south on Kentucky Lake in 2 years. The fishing's way better on the north end. So, and I talked to Tennessee about it last week. They have not seen any benefits from stocking those Florida bass in any of those other reservoirs outside of Chickamauga. Coincidentally, Chickamauga is down there around 3,400 heating degree days. Kentucky Lake, 90 miles north of that. We're closer to 3,800 or 4,000. Even in the north end, Murray, the warmest part of the state.
How many studies of Florida string bass has Kentucky done?
I believe, you mean talking like comparing their growth rates in Kentucky? There's been one. It was conducted at the hatchery. It found that Florida bass grew slower than our native largemouth bass. There's one other point which may be worth considering. The genetics in a population or even in an individual don't necessarily make that fish a trophy fish. It has to be in the right environment. It just controls where you are in the size distribution of a population. Meaning, like, Dave has genetics for more height than me. And that will always be the case. You know, he's a little heavier. He's a trophy man. Yeah. I'm a little smaller, and that's determined by genetics. But his ability to get to that trophy man status is a function of his environment. He could go to Kroger and probably buy as much food as he wants. It's an unlimited buffet, basically. If we were in a famine and starving, he would still not be a trophy man. He would be bigger than me, but he wouldn't reach that status. And it's the same thing in bass lakes. Stocking and improving genetics in a lake doesn't really do any good unless you fix those other factors. That's particularly true in F1s because it's kind of a flash in the pan, put and take. You only get that one generation. So stocking that in a lake which has stunted bass or poor growth already, guaranteed to fail. With the thoroughbred markers, there is a potential advantage there because you can put those markers in and then fix the environment later. So that's another, again, point to that if you're keeping score.
Yeah, I guess the most interesting point of inflection for me is that we all want to get to the same end goal, and that's trophy bass in Paintsville Lake and every other lake in the state. So it's just a matter of going this direction versus this direction, and you believe this direction is the better direction.
Absolutely. Yeah. I've said for a while now, I wish Jason Kinner lived on my end of the state. He could organize a lot of efforts like this, but he's on the other end.
Thank you.
So, sir, I got one more question about Chick. So Chick been on the downhill slide for the last 3 years maybe? They're not catching the Big Ten.
I've been told since 2016.
Since 2016?
Yeah.
Is there any other comments, gentlemen? Well, I appreciate you bringing the people up to speak with us today. Dave, I guess you're going to be now known as the trophy husband moving forward.
My wife thinks so.
And just really good input and conjecture, going back and forth talking about it. And regardless of whether we agree or disagree, it's good that we have the forum that we can talk about the things like this that are going to affect everybody in the state when they're doing the fishing. And I definitely commend you guys for the work that you're doing down there for the fishing programs and all of that. I think that's awesome. Doing a lot of that up here, but nowhere near in the size of the tournaments and stuff that you guys are doing. So that's great. All right.
So, Chair, will this proceed in the next step of the process for?
Yeah, we'll move forward to
discussion. We can vote to see whether it does.
That's what I was wondering if we need to.
Yeah, so if we want to, if we don't want it to move to new business, then we need to vote to not move it to an action item. We need to vote to not move it to an action item, which somebody would have to bring that up as a motion.
I'll make that motion, that we do not bring it up as an action item next meeting.
All right, we got a motion. We would need a second.
Looks like it's going.
Okay, so it'll be an action item at the next meeting, which we'll vote on at that point.
Well, because it's on a new
it's discussion.
business.
It's discussion, so it'll go to action item.
Okay. Yeah. I think we need to have further time to get more information, have feedback and input on it, and make a decision.
Okay. So that's going to take us to our new business section. We are at 12:19. I do have, I do want to give you guys the opportunity, if there is something in new business that you would like to talk about briefly. Otherwise, I would like to look at a motion to move all new business items onto the discussion items. So is there anything in the new business section that you gentlemen would like to briefly discuss, or ask questions about or clarify? Otherwise, I'd seek a motion that we move all new business items to a discussion item at the next meeting.
I have a couple of things.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. The very first is where we're talking about increasing hunter opportunities and simplify quota hunts on selected wildlife management areas. And it says WMA, state parks, other public lands. For several years, there was a quota hunt on Lake Barkley State Park down by me. But that hasn't been the case for several years now. I would like to see that come back because it was a good hunting opportunity. They have way too many deer, and I would like to see further that be an open hunt, not a quota. You can set however many people you think you would like to have there, but I would really like to see that happen. It's not listed here in the big list. The second question I have, and I only have two, under the proposal here to remove Track 1 of West Kentucky Wildlife Management Area from the open shotgun / muzzleloader hunt that they have usually in January in late season. I know we no longer now own Track 1, and so that's to clean that up. Will the rest of the West Kentucky Wildlife Management Area still be available for a late season open hunt? It will. Good. Okay. I was concerned. That's, I think, taking out 660 acres. There's probably still at least 2,500 acres there available. So I always, I'm interested in public access, and so there's still 2,500 acres. There's still plenty of land for obviously a open deer hunt. Okay, thank you so much.
Gentlemen, is there anything else that you would like to talk about under the new business sections? Otherwise, I'd just seek a motion that we move them all to discussion item for next month's or next quarterly meeting. Oh, yeah. We'll give him a second there. Should I tell another story?
Yeah, go ahead.
Tell a buck story with chop around deer.
I do have a good buck story this year. I was going after this big 10-pointer, and I walked out this ridge that I hunt on, and I went into the woods off to the left, and I saw him, and it looked like he was chasing a doe, and I was nowhere near in a position to shoot at him when he was going to come up on an area, well, my side of the hill, well, both sides of the hill I could shoot on, but a good shot. And long story short, it wasn't a doe he was chasing, it was another buck, and all I could see behind this roughage was just these big antlers, and I'm all shaking and everything, and I probably got a shot off at him, missed, and then he come a little bit further, and I shot him, I killed him, and then I realized that it wasn't the large one, because right after that one went down, I was looking at him, I heard something, I look about 20 yards behind him, and there's this monster 10-pointer just staring right at me. So that's my another missed a big one hunt story, but anyway, now these guys are back. We're looking for a motion to move the new business items on to discussion.
So moved. To move new business.
We got a motion, we got a second. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we'll go ahead and move all the new business items to discussion for the next quarterly meeting. So we can go in our agenda to so the next thing on the agenda is closed session. So we'll go to a closed session at this time. And then before we go into closed session, we'll have our attorney.
You need a motion?
Oh, we do need a motion.
I'll make a motion to go to closed session.
And then we need a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Are we going to do public comment before me?
No, we'll do that down here. Okay, go ahead with the script.
All meetings of the quorum of commission, of the members of any public agency at which any public business is discussed or at which any action is taken by the agency shall be public meetings, open to the public at all times except for specific exceptions listed in KRS 61-810 or otherwise provided by law. The commission has business today that will require entering into a closed session. KRS 61-815 requires notice of the general nature of the business to be discussed in the closed session, the reason for the closed session, and the provision of KRS 61810 that authorizes it to be publicly announced prior to entering closed session for most open meeting exceptions. In the proposed closed session, the Commission will discuss the potential acquisition of real property via purchase. The discussion shall occur in the closed session to protect the state's interest in the acquisition of land. By identifying KDFWR's interest in the particular parcel, the general public would be alerted to the owner's willingness to sell the property and our intent to purchase. As such, the publicity increases the likelihood other parties may make offers on the property. Such competing offers could increase the value of the subject property. Alternatively, a private party could purchase the property from the current owner more quickly than the Commonwealth and require the Commonwealth to pay a premium to acquire it. This closed session is authorized by KRS 61810 under Section 1B for the potential land acquisition. Upon the approved motion, the Commission will enter into closed session. The Commission shall not discuss any other matters, and no action shall be taken during the closed session. During the closed session, council and necessary members of staff will be present to advise the Commission.
Okay, so we've already made a motion and a second to move into closed session. We've read that, so now at this point, we'll go into closed session. Are you guys good with turning off the? All right.
Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. At the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, we take those words to heart. We are conservation officers, wildlife and fisheries biologists, conservation educators, engineering, IT, communication specialists, marketers, administrators, and customer service representatives. It's our mission to conserve, protect, and enhance Kentucky's fish and wildlife resources while providing outstanding opportunities for you to enjoy hunting, fishing, trapping, boating, shooting sports, wildlife viewing, and related activities. At Kentucky Fish and Wildlife, we protect the resource and public safety by enforcing hunting, fishing, and boating laws across Kentucky, provide public hunting and fishing access through the management of more than 1 million acres of natural areas and waterways, provide quality fishing opportunities for anglers close to home by annually stocking more than 5 million fish in public waters, build and maintain public boat ramps, shooting ranges, bank fishing access areas, and other public facilities, restore streams and wetlands on private and public lands using special grants, assist private landowners with fish and wildlife habitat improvement, inform and educate millions of youth and adults through education and outreach programs. Not only are we responsible for the conservation of the few dozen species in Kentucky that are hunted, fished, or trapped, we are responsible for all of our state's incredibly diverse animal species, nearly 1,000 of them. All of this is accomplished with funding through user fees and grants instead of state taxes. The majority of the department's revenue comes from the sale of licenses and permits, federal funds, excise taxes on outdoor-related equipment, and boat registrations. Hunting, fishing, and other wildlife-related recreation generate nearly $6 billion in total economic impact to the Commonwealth, supporting about 70,000 jobs. All of us at Kentucky Fish and Wildlife seek to be good stewards of the great outdoors, leaving it in better shape than we found it. Passionate and mission-focused, that's who we are. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife resources. That's what we do.
Get her, Sadie.
Get in there, Sadie.
Jeez. There's turkeys all around him. Double point, they're in there. There they go!
Can't think anything I'd rather do, so.
Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. At the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, we take those words to heart. In our Engineering, Infrastructure, and Technology Division, computer programmers, engineers, skilled technicians, heavy equipment operators, administrative specialists, and project managers carry out the design, construction, and maintenance of the agency's buildings and facilities across the state, as well as manage department software and website functionality that are critical to our agency's data processing requirements. The Kentucky Fish and Wildlife website, fw.ky.gov, is visited by more than 2 million users each year. The creation and maintenance of the electronic applications, databases, and content that keeps the website operating smoothly is dependent on our highly trained computer programmers. Our IT team manages the department's hunting and fishing licensing system, telecheck and other harvest databases, and mobile platforms, working diligently to sustain and modernize technologies that improve functionality for you, the end user of our products and services. They ensure that our licensing system meets customers' needs. Engineering and maintenance staff work across the state to construct, service, and enhance the infrastructure used by hundreds of thousands of recreational participants across the Commonwealth every year. This includes roads, parking lots, buildings, shooting ranges, boat ramps, docks, and canoe and kayak launches. Often working with local governments seeking a new boating or fishing access point in their community, the EIT division provides oversight and technical guidance for the project, designs, gathers permits, and procures agency signage, leading the project from start to finish. The division currently maintains about 170 boat ramps and 24 agency-owned dams statewide. Recent projects include an accessible fishing pier at Green River Lake and a boat ramp at Shawnee Park in Louisville. Facilities updates are ongoing projects of importance because they provide functional access and spaces for the public to enjoy our natural resources and for staff to work and interact with the public. These projects are wide-ranging in scope. Recent examples include the new archery range at Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Headquarters, the dining hall at Camp Curry, and the renovation of our Central Fisheries Annex office and laboratory. Shooting ranges, wildlife management area roads and parking lots, life jacket loaner stations, moist soil impoundments for waterfowl and other wetland wildlife, and other such facilities made for hunters, anglers, and other recreationists are built and maintained by the EIT division. This work is vital in promoting increased site accessibility and safety for folks that utilize these resources. The Engineering, Infrastructure, and Technology Division is also the home for boots-on-the-ground maintenance staff that beautifies and maintains these properties in sun, rain, sleet, or snow. Although mowing, trash pickup, building maintenance, and unforeseen repairs are inevitably required on facilities across the state is not glamorous work, this upkeep and maintenance is an integral part of our success. We are Kentucky Fish and Wildlife's Engineering, Infrastructure, and Technology Division. We take pride in planning, constructing, maintaining, and repairing the facilities that ensure access for hunters, anglers, trappers, boaters, and wildlife watchers who reside in or visit our state. We're also focused on continuous improvement of access to information and services the department provides through technology, all to make it easier for you to enjoy your favorite outdoor activities. Passionate and mission-focused, that's who we are. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife, that's what we do.
Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. At the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, we take those words to heart. In our law enforcement division, conservation officers and administrative specialists carry out the agency's mission-critical enforcement and education activities.
We're going to talk to you guys for a little bit about this firearm.
Promoting public safety and appropriate use of the state's fish and wildlife resources is a division legacy that traces back more than a century. Conservation officers work tirelessly alongside our fisheries and wildlife professionals on private and public lands and waters to help restore, protect, and conserve fish and wildlife. They have been instrumental in the restoration success stories of species such as white-tailed deer, wild turkey, freshwater fishes and mussels, bald eagles, and elk. Kentucky conservation officers are sworn peace officers who enforce all laws of the Commonwealth, with a primary focus on fishing, hunting, trapping, boating, and commercial uses of fish and wildlife. They are some of the most highly trained law enforcement professionals in the nation. All recruits receive 20 weeks of basic training, 14 weeks of training in the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Academy,
Drop it. I'm going to tase you if you don't drop that stick.
and 12 weeks of on-the-job training with a field training officer. The Law Enforcement Division's policing of commercial uses of fish and wildlife helps to protect the delicate balance between conservation and sustainable use of vital public resources. Conservation officers also pursue those who violate Kentucky's laws and thereby disregard the principles of fair chase and ethical stewardship. The poacher's illegal take of fish and wildlife steals opportunity from everyone who enjoys these animals legally.
If you come out tomorrow or any other time, get that fishing license, okay? All right, sir. Be careful.
Have a good day.
You too.
From the back roads and backwaters and all areas in between, conservation officers are committed to ensuring our outdoors are a safe place for sportsmen and women to recreate in the Commonwealth. Tips regarding suspected unlawful activities related to fish, wildlife, or boating are welcome into the Law Enforcement Division. Conservation officers investigate your tips, aiming to cut down on potential poaching or other illegal activities. Tips may be reported by phone, text, or smartphone app. To report a tip, call your local Kentucky State Police Dispatch or 1-800-25-ALERT. Text 847-411, type the keyword KFW Law, plus the details of your tip, or use the KFW Law smartphone app. It's available in your app store. Your tips often result in cases that help discourage illicit activities. Conservation officers are also deeply ingrained in their communities across the Commonwealth. From school visits to assisting with toy and food drives, or youth fishing events to hosting special hunting opportunities for youths.
We just gently press the trigger.
Good job.
They are eager to assist when there is a need. When raging floods or tornadoes hit Kentucky communities, disrupting essential services and putting citizens at risk, conservation officers are among the first to be called because of our specialized training, equipment, and expertise. Our officers don't hesitate to provide emergency help to those in harm's way, even traveling outside the state to assist those affected by hurricanes or other natural disasters. They are the lead first responders on more than 2,000 miles of navigable streams and hundreds of lakes statewide. Kentucky conservation officers spend thousands of hours annually on boating enforcement, helping to ensure impaired boaters don't negatively affect the recreational use of our waterways. The environment our conservation officers work in daily also puts them in harm's way. Sadly, 10 officers have lost their lives protecting the natural resources and people of the Commonwealth. These 10 officers represent the immense dedication it takes to serve in this role, and forever reminds the public of the dangers that Kentucky conservation officers face every day. In 2014, a fallen officers memorial was dedicated on the campus of Kentucky Fish and Wildlife in Frankfort, and every year we honor those individuals that paid the ultimate sacrifice. We are the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Law Enforcement Division. We enforce the laws and regulations pertaining to the Commonwealth's fish and wildlife resources, protecting an industry that generates $6 billion to our state's economy, from the Appalachian Mountains in the east to the Mississippi River in the west, so that these resources may be safely and sustainably enjoyed by current and future generations. Passionate and mission-focused, that's who we are. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife, that's what we do.
Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. At the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, we take those words to heart. Our fisheries division is comprised of fisheries biologists and technicians, fish hatchery managers, fisheries researchers, and administrative specialists. We focus on aquatic species and their habitats across the Commonwealth. Large lakes, vast reservoirs, small farm ponds, open flowing rivers, secluded mountain streams. Kentucky has them all. These waterways span some 215,000 surface acres of water. Public spaces that more than 250 species of aquatic animals call home. And every year, more than 500,000 people enjoy the excellent fishing and other recreational opportunities these diverse waterways afford. Conserving and enhancing these aquatic resources and providing opportunities for their public enjoyment are the two main functions of the Fisheries Division. The primary strategies we use to manage Kentucky's fisheries include habitat improvement, fisheries research, stream restoration, fish stocking, invasive species control, and management of fish populations through regulating fish harvest. Fish habitat improvement usually involves either fostering beneficial aquatic plants or placing physical structures in waterways to provide places for fish and their prey to reproduce or take cover. Most of our public lakes are decades old, and the structure of their habitats has decomposed or has been washed away over time. Providing new fish habitat in aging reservoirs creates much better living conditions for fish and generates significantly more fishing opportunities for anglers. Fisheries research is vital to ensuring the health of all of Kentucky's aquatic species. Unless we know the actual condition of our fisheries, we can't manage them effectively. Annual fish population surveys in our many waterways provide the scientific data on species composition, abundance, and the health that our expert staff need to determine how our fisheries are doing in order to prescribe appropriate management actions. Relatively few of our aquatic species are harvested through recreational or commercial fishing, but the Fisheries Division is responsible for all of them. Researching and conserving Kentucky's lesser-known aquatic species plays a vital role in balancing Kentucky's aquatic ecosystem. Stream and wetland restoration is a key strategy that's spearheaded by the Fisheries Division's Stream Team. These restoration projects are accomplished through dedicated stream and wetland funding. Our Stream Team staff has overseen dozens of projects that have restored hundreds of miles of streams by stabilizing eroding banks and restoring original stream flows. These stream improvements not only benefit hundreds of fish and wildlife species, they also conserve soil and nutrients and improve water quality. In addition to improving the structure of waterways and monitoring the health of aquatic species, the Fisheries Division also uses fish stocking to help keep the fishing great statewide. We stock more than 5 million fish every year, from catfish to muskellunge, striped bass to trout. Fish are stocked across the state to help meet the strong recreational demand of Kentuckians and our visitors to enhance the fishing experience for everyone. Some stockings are aimed at returning native species that have been depleted, such as lake sturgeon and alligator gar. In time, these species will be added to the tremendous variety of fishing opportunities Kentucky offers. We intensively stock more than 40 urban lakes through the Fishing in Neighborhoods, or FINS program, in towns all over Kentucky. The FINS program is a partnership with local governments in which we provide the fish and our municipal partners provide access and maintenance. For many anglers, a FINS lake is the place they learn to cast a line or catch their first fish. Conserving the state fisheries also depends on decreasing threats to aquatic ecosystems. Controlling invasive species reduces the adverse impacts of harmful non-native species, like invasive carp, and is a must in the fight to keep Kentucky waters healthy and thriving. New technologies and innovative practices are helping Kentucky win the fight against these harmful species, which compete with desirable fish. A final key strategy in the Fisheries Division's work is the regulation of recreational and commercial fishing to ensure the health and sustainability of our fisheries for present and future generations. Fishing regulations govern legal fishing methods and place limits on sizes and numbers of fish harvested. Regulations are developed using the best available biological data and input from the public, including key stakeholders who are directly affected by the regulations. A unique combination of skills.
All right, let's come back into open session. So we're looking at an action item here, gentlemen.
Do we have to make a motion to go back in?
We already did.
Okay.
Yeah. So looking for a motion for the land acquisition that we just discussed.
I'll make a motion that we accept that.
Second.
All right, so we got a motion by Commissioner Floyd, seconded by Commissioner Meade. Any discussion? All right. Commissioner Farrell, can you do a vote, please?
Sure. Commissioner Floyd?
Aye.
Commissioner Raymer?
Aye.
Commissioner Rhodes?
Aye.
Commissioner Cecil?
Aye.
Commissioner Farrell? Aye. Commissioner Meade?
Aye.
Commissioner Robertson?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. So next item on the agenda is election of commission officers. So we hold the position of chair, vice chair, and secretary. So I would seek nominations at this time.
I'm gonna nominate you, Josh, for you're doing such a great job.
Well, thank you.
I'd like to see you continue to march on that.
All
I'll
right.
second that nomination.
Okay. And then we have the position of vice chair and secretary.
You take a vote on chair.
Oh, okay. I apologize.
Because you got a motion and a second out on the floor.
All right. So we need to do like a Jerry vote.
Yeah. Jerry calls.
So we got a motion and a second.
Roll call vote.
So we need to do a roll call vote for all those in favor of me continuing as chair.
Okay. Dr. Floyd?
Aye.
Commissioner Raymer?
Aye.
Commissioner Rhodes?
Aye.
Commissioner Cecil?
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Commissioner Meade?
Aye.
And Commissioner Robertson? Aye. Ayes have it.
Okay, so we still have the positions of vice chair and secretary.
Got the vice chair right here.
We just need a motion.
Want a motion?
Motion. Yes.
I'll second that.
All right, so let's do a roll call again for Greg Cecil to continue as the vice chair.
Okay. Commissioner Floyd.
Aye.
Commissioner Raymer.
Aye.
Commissioner Rhodes.
Aye.
Commissioner Cecil.
Aye.
Jerry Farrell. Aye. Senator Commissioner Meade.
Aye.
Commissioner Robertson.
Aye.
All
Got
ayes have it. You got promoted.
All right, the last position that we have to fill will be the secretary position.
I'll make the nomination.
Second.
Who are you nominating?
Earl.
No. I'm trying to get out of this.
I'll second.
He working over here. I got to pay attention.
Got a motion and a second?
Do you want it?
Yeah, second.
Yeah, I'll do it. I don't
Right.
really say.
I'll nominate Rhodes. You don't want to. I'll nominate Rhodes.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to have Commissioner Farrell continue as the secretary. So we need a roll call vote on that as well, Commissioner Farrell.
Commissioner Floyd.
Aye.
Commissioner Raymer.
Aye.
Commissioner Rhodes.
Aye.
Commissioner Cecil.
Aye.
Commissioner Jerry. Aye. And Commissioner Meade.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm sure. I hesitated.
Yeah.
Commissioner Meade.
Aye.
And Commissioner Robertson.
Aye.
Ayes have it.
You should put no over for you.
All right.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your willingness
got out
to
of
continue
that.
to serve. That's a big job.
Yeah, happy to do it. So the next section of our meeting is for public comments. We did have a few people sign up today to give public comments. However, they left when we went in closed session, and they are no longer here to my knowledge. So is there anybody still here for public comments? Let's make sure one more time.
Sir.
Okay. So in that case, we'll have Kevin stepping in today, back in his old role due to an absence today, to go over the public comments that we received. I do want to let everybody know that we did receive a lot of public comments around the Otter Creek outdoor recreation area due to the fact in the meeting that we moved that from an action item to a new business item, and it will be a discussion item at next month's. We can table those items, and then they can come up for discussion items for next month.
So follow the process?
Correct.
Okay.
All right. Let's see if I remember how to do this. What I'll do is I'll read the information that is in the agenda about public comments and how they're received. And then I believe we have two that were emailed that I'll read thereafter. So go ahead and begin. Public comments regarding new business items or discussion items on the agenda may be submitted by email to fw.publicaffairs@ky.gov. Emailed comments received by 5 p.m. Eastern 2 days preceding the meeting date will be distributed to all commission members on the day prior to the meeting and read by KDFWR staff during the commission meeting for up to 3 minutes total per commenter, time permitting and at the discretion of the commission chair. Emailed comments allow commission members adequate time for consideration and correspondence if necessary, and they allow the commission to conduct business more efficiently during meetings. A commenter's contact information is not required for emailed comments, but will be necessary if a response is requested, and other than name and affiliation, it will not be publicly disclosed if provided. Anonymous comments will be distributed to the commission members, but may not be read during the meeting. The commission chair reserves the right to not read publicly any comments that are libelous, profane, derogatory of others, not pertaining to business, items on the agenda, or redundant with other comments. Questions will receive an email response. Commenters should include commission meeting in their email subject line and include in their email message their first and last names, Kentucky counties of residence or state of residence if a non-resident, and organizational affiliation and position if they are an officer or official representative for a particular organization. In-person attendees of meetings may also request to speak up to 3 minutes total per commenter on new business items or discussion items on the agenda, but will be required to sign in on the public comment request form on the table or counter outside the meeting room entrance by 9 a.m. on the day of the meeting, and provide name, county, and state of residence, organization represented, and official position, if applicable, and agenda items being addressed. Commenters who speak in person will not have their emailed comments read publicly at the meeting and are asked to avoid voicing comments that are redundant with others speaking prior to them during their allotted public comments timeframe. And with that recap, I'll start with the first email comment regarding thoroughbred bass selective breeding research project and black bass. Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Commissioners, I am Steve Barden, a private sector fisheries biologist. 3 years ago, an angler group in Kentucky asked me about my opinion on stocking F1 largemouth bass to improve a reservoir. Over several conversations, I explained to this group how the correct approach to enhancing a fishery starts with genetic analysis, length, weight, frequency, and relative weight or body condition scoring. I instructed the anglers to collect a genetic sample using a buccal swab, measure the length and weight of each fish, and log them into a relative weight calculator. Through this process, we learned that the distribution of the 97 fish captured by the anglers was from 12 inches to 19 inches, with an average of 13.91 inches. Weights range from 0.60 pounds to 4.76 pounds, averaging 1.41 pounds. Relative weight range from 63.77% to 122.21%, averaging 90.76%, and 16 of the 97 individuals above 100%. Based on the genetic results provided by Dr. Peatman's lab at Auburn University, no correlations could be found between Florida allele percentage and length, weight, or relative weight. I provided insight into the fact that the majority of physical characteristics shown by a largemouth bass are controlled by their environment, forage availability, and competition. The angler group was instructed to begin harvesting fish, push for the regulation change that allows for the harvest of additional fish, increase and diversify forage using threadfin shad, rainbow trout, and bluegill sunfish, to begin controlling aquatic vegetation while adding artificial structure, and to monitor water quality and make improvements when possible. Selective supplemental bass stocking is the final tool to be used after the corrections are made and fish begin to thrive and consistently exceed 100% relative weight. To my knowledge, the angler group, working in collaboration with Kentucky Fish and Wildlife, has completed habitat work and then applied and earned additional funds through Reservoir Fish Habitat Partnership for additional habitat. They have also privately funded the introduction of threadfin shad and began improving the culture around harvesting bass. Assuming their support for these efforts and others, and that trends showing bass improvement continue, then the selective supplemental stocking of additional bass could be advantageous. Stocking programs traditionally focused on using pure Florida or integrated bass stockings, as they offer a simplistic way to attempt to increase bass abundance, growth weight, and/or overall size. With genetic analysis innovations, trophy markers have only recently been identified for Florida bass. This has been achieved by Texas Parks and Wildlife and privately by Red Hills Fish Hatchery. Trophy marker technology allows for the selective breeding of carrier fish that provide their offspring.
Kevin.
Yes, sir.
That's the 3-minute marker. How much more is there?
Separate comment, I believe, on the back.
Yeah, there's 2 paragraphs.
Go ahead.
Okay. This has been achieved by Texas Parks and Wildlife and privately by Red Hills Fish Hatchery. Trophy marker technology allows for the selective breeding of carrier fish that provide their offspring the potential to reach trophy size. This works only when offspring are stocked into an environment that allows their potential to be reached. If the goal is to improve abundance, growth rate, or maximum size, I offer my support of 4 things. Continued collaboration with angler groups and agencies to make environmental, habitat, and forage improvements. 2, the increase in selective harvest and overall education on the need for harvest. 3, the selective supplemental stocking of bass using the best available technology to maximize success. 4, The funding of a full trophy marker panel spawning and stocking program is to begin immediately and continue for no less than 10 years. And that's the conclusion of the comment from Mr. Barden.
Thank you.
One more from backcountry hunters and anglers there on that topic, and that's a separate one.
Okay.
Kind of a quick question. Why do we read these at all if we all got copies of it? Email.
It's just it's for the public that's not here and to be read in the meeting forum.
Okay.
This is from Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. Concerning the discussion item black bass, proposed F1 hybrid largemouth bass introduction to the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources and to the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Commission. Please accept the below comments concerning proposed initiative for the introduction and funding to stock F1 hybrid largemouth bass in Kentucky waterways. Efforts to stock F1 hybrid largemouth bass in Kentucky waterways are in contrast and conflict with KDFWR science-based management practices, strategic plan initiatives, Kentucky State Wildlife Action Plan, and the findings of KDFWR staff. KYBHA promotes the conservation of wild public lands, water, and wildlife, promotes that these resources belong to the public, and consistent with the North American model of wildlife conservation, supports science-based fish and wildlife management. KYBHA is concerned that legislative/administrative initiatives are deteriorating the hard work of KDFWR staff and subverting science-based management decisions. KDFWR strategic plan states decisions are, quote, guided by science-based decision-making, end quote. Kentucky SWAP requires management decisions be grounded in science and prioritize native populations, stating Kentucky's, quote, native plants and animals are truly vital components of the Commonwealth, and we likewise share the responsibility to conserve them, end quote. Current finds of KDFWR posted on KDFWR's webpage oppose stocking, stating decision is based on decades of research with anglers and native populations in mind. A Kentucky study found native bass grow faster than F1 hybrids in the same ponds. Stocking will result in hybridization with negative and irreversible effects. KDFWR's position was produced by a, quote, team of KDFWR fisheries biologists with expertise in biology and management of black bass, end quote. I'll get it right one of these times. KYBHA supports hunting and fishing recruitment, as well as providing greater opportunity for Kentucky hunters and anglers. Conducting further studies would be appropriate in isolated water bodies managed by KDFWR, unconnected to larger watersheds, so as to control and safeguard against unintentional stocking of public waterways, which is currently illegal. And the last comment, this one is rather long, so I will just go ahead and start. Okay, it's from Mary Key of Nolan River Wildlife regarding modifications to regulations related to rehabilitation of wildlife. It begins, I deeply appreciate the efforts made by the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources in safeguarding our wildlife, and I fully understand the need for regulations to ensure the well-being of our native fauna. However, there are certain concerns within our community that I would like to address regarding the current regulations and practices, which I believe could be improved for the benefit of both wildlife and rehabilitators. Some of the current regulations have what I'm sure are unintended consequences. 1, RVSs as ambassadors. One of our primary concerns is the requirement to euthanize non-releasable rabies vector species. Rules, Title 301, Chapter 2, Regulation 075, Section 4.5c. A permit holder shall not possess a rabies vector species as non-releasable wildlife, except for those animals legally held outside the enhanced rabies surveillance zone prior to April 4th, 2023. Section 4.5d, except as established in Section 5.5 of this administrative regulation, rabies vector species shall be maintained within an enclosure sufficient to prevent 1, escape, And 2, direct contact with a non-permitted person. 3, Section 6.3, rabies vector species legally held as non-releasable shall not leave the wildlife rehabilitation facility except for veterinary care or to transfer to another permitted rehabilitation facility and shall be included on the wildlife rehabilitation annual report. 4, Section 6.6, only non-releasable wildlife may be displayed, except that non-releasable rabies vector species shall not be displayed. Displays shall only be for conservation education purposes. Analysis. See articles to prove the efficacy of vaccination, and in parentheses, e.g. World Health Organization. Purpose of being a licensed rehabilitation is not only to help the animal return to the wild, but to work with those who have a good quality of life and are able to be in the community, is to teach coexistence, why they're not good pets, and the purpose of each animal. Conclusion, we propose that rather than euthanasia, these animals should be allowed to serve as ambassadors for wildlife education and outreach under the care and supervision of experienced rehabbers. Allowing them to be displayed for conservation education is invaluable to the education system and is a free service. Parameters. Public not allowed to touch face of animal. Ambassador has proof of rabies vaccination by a licensed vet. Number 2, transportation permits. We believe that...
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Are there any other comments?
No.
And the whole commission has a copy of that same email we were given ahead of time to look over. We were just reading that for the public comment section. Okay, the last thing that we need to do before we make a motion to adjourn is to set the date for the next quarterly commission meeting. So, gentlemen, we're looking at March here. If you guys could all look at your calendars and let's figure out something that's going to work.
I would like to point out that the NCAA men's basketball tournament, which I hope Kentucky is going to participate in this year, is in early March. So keep that in mind.
What about Louisville?
You're in trouble, man. Ain't nobody in here for you.
They're going to participate too, ain't they?
They'll probably get to play in it too.
You're the only fella.
Well, if we look at Fridays in March, we have the 7th, the 14th, the 21st, and the 28th. So if we want to avoid the NCAA, we would need to go towards the end of the month, which would be the 28th. Does anybody have a problem with the 28th?
Sounds good to me.
Or is there any reason that we shouldn't do it that late in the month? Is there stuff that we need to get done earlier in the month because of...
I don't have a problem.
Lawyer.
Just do tentative.
Yes, sir.
The only concern would be that the meeting does need to occur by the 31st. So if something happened that we needed to reschedule, we'd only have a few days to reschedule.
Okay. I'm okay with the 7th or the 14th or the 28th. My only conflict is on the 21st. So if there's another date you guys would rather have it on, it doesn't matter to me.
About the 14th, and if we had a blizzard or something crazy, we could still have a couple more Fridays available.
All right,
Fine with me.
I'm good with 14.
I think I'll be back in Florida then. Just joking.
Be on here.
All right. Well, so then we'll set the next date for the next quarterly commission meeting will be March the 14th of 2025.
That's hard to believe.
It is. With that, I would seek a motion for adjournment.
I'll make the motion.
Second the motion.
Commissioner Meade made a motion for adjournment, seconded by Commissioner Robertson. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
We eat
Thank you very
something
much.
now. One push